Happy last full day of school. Some of you I know are brand new alumni. Welcome and so glad to have you. I'm glad to have so many of you with us today. It is 6:32, Mrs. Seaton. Yes, so thank you for grace and kindness as we wish Mrs. Reynolds a gloriously, luxuriously relaxing time away from us, and she surely deserves it. Could we please take the roll, Mrs. Seaton?
Mr. Carley.
Present.
Mr. Childs.
Present.
Mrs. Lamontagne.
Present.
Mrs. Curley.
I'm here.
Mrs. Graff.
Here.
Mr. Taft.
Here.
Okay. So with that, with our official stuff done, the May 21st, 2025 meeting of the Rochester Board of Education is hereby called to order. So thank you so much for that. There, you'll notice if you saw the agenda earlier versus the agenda that was printed by the sign-up sheet, there are some matters that we want to, that we need to discuss in closed session, and we want to be respectful of the time of both the people with whom we'll be spending time in closed session as well as the community that's here to hear the other stuff. So we are, I will look to see if we have a motion to reorder the agenda to include a closed session portion of the meeting at the start immediately following. We have a brief presentation, and then we'll hear public comment, go into closed session for a little bit. Members of the community will have an opportunity to hang out in the library while you wait, and then come back, do the rest of open session, then go back into closed session for the remainder of our work. Do I have such a motion?
I'll make that.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mrs. Seaton, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Childs.
Yes.
Mr. Taft.
Yes.
Mr. Carley.
Yes.
Mrs. Curley.
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne.
Yes.
Dr. Graff.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. We will proceed with the agenda as it is printed off and was by the sign-up sheet. Before we get to public comment, I'm really excited to get to share a presentation or to invite a brand new Rochester High School alumnus, Joel Brock, to share with us the results of his Eagle Scout project. So first of all, huge congratulations on obtaining the rank of Eagle Scout. That is astonishingly fabulous. And also congratulations on your recent graduation. We're so glad to have you join us. So tell us a little bit about it.
Okay, so basically what I tell everybody is that my project was digitalizing all of the old senior composites. So as you guys know, in the middle of the summer, we all go and get the nice senior pictures taken. And for like 70 years, I want to say, from 1930s to 2000, they would make those big composites of all of them, and there's a couple of the really old ones on the wall over there. And with the help of my friends, we took pictures of them, and then with the help of Mr. Hansen, we got them on the school's website, which is, it's been up since February for anybody who wants to get a piece of the history, I guess. We did the project over the course of 2 days. I mean, it was a pretty simple process once we got it down. It was just cutting the pictures out of the frames because they were like professionally made, so that they weren't really supposed to be ever taken out. But it was not possible for us to take pictures with them in the frames because of the glare. So, I mean, you can see we were trying to, but it just wasn't possible. So it was just like a 3-step process.
Oh, don't pause too long on the class of 95.
So it wasn't too complicated of a process, just cutting the pictures out of the frames, taking a picture, and then taping them back up, and then sending them over to Mr. Hansen, and this is what we got.
That is awesome.
I want to say he is underplaying a little
1,000%.
bit himself. With these, some of them are quite large images, and cell phones aren't really the great camera to do that. And So there was a lot of editing that went behind this, as well as color correction that went behind this on his part, and putting these images together. And again, these are old documents. As you can see, the ones behind you from 1952, 1957, they're, you know, time has not been friendly to them, and that's what time does. And the great thing that Joel's done with this is he has preserved them in their current state permanently.
Yeah.
They will never depreciate, and so this will be something that every senior forever should be able to come and see their senior class photo. And including the oldest one, which Mr. Reed has, we have to get it from him though. And
Yeah.
which includes the first year that Rochester High School was a high school. And what year was that, Brock?
Well, the very first one was 1938. And at that point, I'm pretty sure Rochester was only a 2-year school, and then you have to go to Springfield and finish. And then it wasn't a full 4-year school until 1960, which is where I thought the composites ended. But then, actually, after I got done interviewing with News Channel 20, we went back in one of the storage rooms in the school and found all the older ones, so like those ones over there.
That's awesome.
And something interesting about the editing process is that really only had to happen for the 70s, so I don't really know what they did.
Right? Why do they all look like paintings of pictures, right?
Like all the other years were basically fine, but I guess they were too spaced out. I don't know, it was weird. But
Well, so, right, the 1970s ones sometimes look like, it's a film thing, right? And then sometimes they looked like paintings over of pictures. That is so amazing. I'll tell you, some people know me and know I'm from Pawnee, and we still have all of our class composites when you walk in. So if you go to a tournament at Pawnee, don't look at class of 97. But it is, so I can go and so my kids can find me, they can find their grandpa, and it's devastating because their great grandpa, my grandpa, they lost his in a flood. They had a storage and it flooded and ruined it. So the fact that you have digitized these so that they are safe for ever is fantastic work. So we're so excited to have them and to have you join them, right? Because your picture, we'll make sure that we keep them we'll keep it up to date. And we have just a little something for you. Anybody else have any questions before we let Joel get back to his shiny new fantastic high school graduate life? Mom, great job. Congratulations.
Just a comment. This is fantastic. I think this is a great thing for the community as well. I mean, these things used to be up in the junior high back before it got redone and everything, and so I remember seeing a lot of these. But a lot of people are going to be interested in the community to see this. So this is awesome.
yeah, it was fun to go through and see a bunch of the teachers. Like Mr. Fitz is in there somewhere. Mr. Kucher's in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, Mr. Fitz is right there. He's class of 89, so
All right.
I was looking for him the other day.
Oh, yeah. And this was really all made possible by the Rochester Sesquicentennial Historical Society. They were the official beneficiary of the project, and they introduced it to me about a year and a half before I actually got to finishing it. It was like the summer of 2023, and that's when they told me about it, and I said I'd do it, and then I procrastinated for like
No, you met your deadline. This is a valuable skill for college, my friend. All right, anybody else have any questions for Joel? All right, Joel, here you go. Your last, at least as a kid, as a student, your last thank you certificate from Rochester Community Unit School District 3A.
You get a merit badge for that? You get a merit badge?
that was like the final project.
Yeah.
The Eagle Scout.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Okay, all right. So we'll move on now to recognition of visitors or public comment. And thank you to the folks who signed in and identified that they may address the board. Because it is a single topic, I'll just go in order that people signed in, and we will go from there. And first up, this is actually a penmanship test. Avery Westlake. How'd I do? Yeah, Westlake? What, did you say close enough?
Close enough.
No, what's your real name?
It's Avery Westlake, but yeah.
Oh, Avery
Sorry,
Westlake.
My handwriting's bad.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, of course. So like I said, my name is Avery Westlake, and I will be reading a letter that was submitted by Samantha Laster on behalf of Sydney Gayston. Dear School Board Committee, I am Samantha Laster, Director of Spirit Teams at Illinois College. I am writing on behalf of Sydney Gayston. I've had the pleasure of working with Sydney for the past 6 years, 4 of those years being a student athlete at Illinois College, and 2 of those years being my assistant dance coach. I've been the Director of Spirit Teams at Illinois College for 7 years. I've directed several collegiate spirit programs for a span of 15 years. My extensive knowledge of collegiate dance and techniques, ethics, and performance led me to accept Sydney into my dance program in 2019 through a rigorous recruitment process. Sydney is a resilient, observant, transparent, dedicated, and outstanding individual who leads others by example. During her college career, Sydney has been able to navigate through unpredictable and challenging circumstances. Sydney has led the dance program without hesitation. During her first 2 years on the team, Sydney took opportunities to better herself as an athlete, to lead the team when needed, and went the extra mile, which sometimes included adjusting her schedule and sacrificing time to interact with team members in need of help. Sydney executed all these things, utilizing her effective communication skills, genuine desire to help others, and powerful work ethic. In observance to these things mentioned, Sydney was appointed to the captain position within the dance program starting her junior year. During her time on the team, Sydney consistently demonstrated honesty and transparency to me, other coaching staff, teammates, and the director of athletics. Her resilience and ability to adapt was evident through her commitment, dedication, integrity, and leadership skills. As a result, Sydney was appointed the assistant dance coach position upon her graduation in 2023. As an assistant dance coach, Sydney has excelled in her role. She understands the level of professionalism it takes to lead a national-ranked collegiate dance program. Sydney plays a pivotal role in the dance program, and I take pride in working with her. This is evident through her integrity, work ethic, and perseverance. Sydney has aided me in solving problems and mediating difficult and unpredictable circumstances within the dance team. She's done all of these things while upholding the college's vision and integrity as an employee. Please do not hesitate to reach out to me with any questions. Signed, sincerely, Samantha Laster.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Zach Whitlow is next to sign in.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me a time to speak this evening. As you said, my name is Zach Whitlow. For the last 2 years, I served as a volunteer to the high school musical and the theater department. And I will be reading an excerpt from a letter from Dr. Nancy Taylor Porter, the professor of theater and Department of Communication Arts at Illinois College. I have known Sydney for approximately 6 years, primarily through my position as director of the theater program at Illinois College. She has always been a hardworking, high-achieving, talented, dedicated, and responsible young woman. I was happy to give her recommendation for her position as the theater director at Rochester High School, happy that she had found an outlet for her creativity and that a generation of students would benefit from her gifts. While I can't speak to the specifics of the concerns the board has, Sydney has always struck me as one of the most organized, competent, and professional students I've worked with. As a theater instructor, it can be challenging to find the right balance between the inevitable friendship that arises with students you are working with so closely for so many hours, for so many weeks, while maintaining an appropriate hierarchical relationship. When Sydney had me come do an improv theater workshop with her students this past fall, from what I observed, she had met that challenge, despite her closeness and age with them. She was clearly an authority figure whom they respected. I am saddened to hear that Sydney might lose her position, and that students might lose her as a director. While I respect the board's need to ensure a healthy and constructive extracurricular environment From what I know of Sydney, it's difficult to imagine anything that would have happened that would warrant her for termination. I urge you to consider the most appropriate action to serve the school as well as the students' best interest. I know that's certainly your goal, and I hope this letter might give you pause before committing too precipitously to a judgment and resulting decision that would unnecessarily create greater stress, confusion, pain, and loss for all concerned. Sincerely, Dr. Nancy Taylor Porter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Lewis Marcy.
Hello,
Hi.
my name is Louis Marcy. My family and I have been residents of this district for 51 years. We're proud to be Rochester parents to our daughter and granddaughter. I'm here to read this letter from a current employee of your district, Mrs. Mary Beth Ramsey, who was not able to be here tonight and asked that we do so. So, to whom it may concern, I have known Sydney Gaston since she was in elementary school. I worked with her in intermediate school musicals and in local pageants. She is very talented and shares those talents freely. I am one of the assistant literary coaches for the school district, a job that I love and see as very important. Sydney has been a part of the literary program in the past few years as a judge. She is extremely supportive of the students and gives excellent feedback. In the fall of 2024, we had a unique situation when several of our students were unable to perform on contest day. Sydney stepped in and used her experience as an expertise to judge these students at our end of the year celebration. The students were therefore able to achieve a rating, get feedback from someone highly qualified, even though they missed the sanctioned contest day. Sydney handled the performance and the performers excellently, the way they would have been handled at the contest. This allowed those students to participate in the IMEA and our literary program. Sydney made it clear to me that she would be interested and available to help us in the future in any way possible. I appreciate her interest and support. She has always performed these duties with the highest integrity. Sincerely, Mary Beth Ramsey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Geiston. Did I say that right? Is a guy like Geiston? Yes? Okay, Mr. Geiston, you're next.
My name is John Gaston. I'm the proud father of Sydney Gaston, also known as the Rochester Theater set builder around here, which we have done for the last couple of years, and we've done an excellent job. I've been asked to read the following letter that we received from a Rochester staff alumni. To Rochester School Board and Administration regarding Miss Sydney Gaston, from Mr. Dennis Jones, retired Director of Bands, Rochester High School. I'd like to take the opportunity to write to you tonight in positive support of Sydney Gaston and her contributions in her role as Director of the Rochester High School Theater Program. I would have loved to speak to you in person tonight, but unfortunately have to miss because of a previous commitment. I've known Sydney since she was a bright young student at Rochester Intermediate School and had the pleasure of working with her for many years as she grew in the music program and began to participate in the many high school music department activities. She was the kind of student that teachers loved to have in their classes. Bright, hardworking, positive, kind to others, and encourages others to be their best. During my final year, I had the pleasure of working alongside Sydney for her debut as musical director for Rochester High, one that a few months prior was full of chaos and had been decimated with scandal. Sydney stepped into a position that many other theater leaders would never even consider after the fallout of the previous director. I'm very thankful that Sydney was willing to step up, start fresh, and work to give our Rochester students a great experience like they've had in the past, and one that moves forward beyond the chaos to create positive opportunities for the many talented and hardworking Rochester students. All my interactions with Sydney in our staff roles in the musical were extremely positive, supportive of the students' needs, well organized, and one of respect for all involved. My many observations with her, additional adult volunteers and staff were equally positive. I have no specific knowledge of what has transpired this year to lead the board and administration to call into question Ms. Gaston's role as musical director. But I do ask the board, please consider this as an opportunity to be leaders for your excellent staff. Communicate effectively what needs to change, and support Sydney and your other staff to ensure that positive changes take place. I would bet that no administrator has set foot in the extracurricular rehearsal environment that Ms. Gaston has ever led. I would bet that no direct, formal or informal evaluation of Ms. Gaston, an extracurricular staff employee, has been documented during her past 2 years in this position. I would bet that if you had this opportunity to observe Ms. Gaston at work, you would come to the same conclusions as I have. One of extremely high character, talented, respectful, and a positive role model for all students she encounters in her work. I'm full of hope that the new board will move from reactionary to proactively affecting change. There needs to be better leadership, better communication, and better direction to the people you lead. Thank you for allowing me a few moments of your time tonight, and best wishes for positive changes in support of your staff, programs, and especially your students at Rochester Schools. Sincerely, Dennis Jones, proud Rochester staff alumni. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bethany Alexander. Oh, there. That was what was. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Bethany Alexander, and this is my husband, Paige Alexander. We have 2 children that have graduated from Rochester Schools, and we are proud to say that we are Rockets. Our youngest daughter, Bailey, sitting here in the front, graduated this past Sunday. She had the most amazing opportunity to work with Ms. Sydney Gaston in the musicals Back to the 80s and Legally Blonde. In Back to the 80s, Bailey took on one of the lead roles as Cindy Gibson, where she lit up the stage as a young, opinionated teenage girl living in a material world. And this past spring, Bailey performed in Legally Blonde as Elle Woods and blew us all away in that lead role, all while dressed in pink from head to toe. Over the years, we've watched Bailey dance, sing, act on the stage, excel at literary, cheer her heart out, but her performances under Sydney's direction were nothing short of pure art. Bailey, you are a talented young woman indeed. I, myself, am a lifelong educator of young people, and I know through my own experience that often students need someone to spark their confidence, to bring out their talents. Sydney was this person for our Bailey. Sydney had a way of connecting with her, helping her hone her craft. Bailey worked to impress Sydney by taking her direction and inspiration to create the most incredible Elle Woods that ever took stage. Sydney and her whole family are part of Rochester's school community. They are often seen at school events to support our kids. Sydney's dedication, talent, and attention to detail in her role as musical director here at RHS have been evident. Her first 2 musical productions exceeded the expectation of excellence for which the Rochester Drama Department is known. But why is that shocking? Sydney is a homegrown rocket. She's one of our own, raised in our very own district. The Alexander family will forever be grateful to Sydney Gaston and her sweet family for the love and support they showed to Bailey. Sydney, no matter what happens here, know that you changed our daughter's life. You gave her an opportunity to shine on that stage, which in turn will help her to shine in her life. We are not sure of the circumstances of why Ms. Gaston's employment status is in question, but we find the thought of her not being part of our school community heartbreaking. We are asking our school board and administration to please consider continuing working with Ms. Gaston going forward. In the circumstance that professional growth is necessary, surely training or mentoring could be an option. Sydney Gaston, in our experience, represents what it means to be a rocket. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right. Next up, the senior class, one of 2 senior class speakers, Ms. Bailey Alexander.
Good evening. My name is Bailey Alexander. I graduated from Rochester High School this past Sunday. And when I look back and I think of Rochester School District, I do not only see pride, but I also see a very strong community within the people, especially the staff here at Rochester. Every student here is forever grateful for the hardworking teachers and volunteers and the care they put into their work. Throughout my time in high school here at Rochester, I have been a part of the Music and Drama District. Ever since I was young, I knew being a part of music was something I yearned to do. During my junior year, after I heard we were getting a new drama and musical director, I was very excited. When I heard it was Miss Gaston, I was even more ready to begin. My junior year, the musical show was known as Back to the 80s, a show that contained a throwback for the whole audience. I was casted as Cindy Gibson, my first ever big role in a production. This role truly made me find my love for singing, and it's not because of the music or the songs. It was because of Sydney. She believed in me even when there were times I didn't believe in myself. There were moments when I wasn't so sure I had it in me to act and sing, but that's when Sydney and her amazing family came in and showed me I can do anything. This show holds an important spot in my heart because that was when I found my confidence, and that was all because of her. The end of my junior year, the next show was announced, Legally Blonde. Once I heard that title, I knew what I wanted more than anything. I wanted to be Elle Woods. I worked so hard on that role before the tryouts, and when it came time for the list to be posted, I was filled with excitement and nerves. After seeing my name on that list next to Elle Woods, I felt like I was doing something right. From that moment on, the only thing I knew was Elle Woods and the color pink. Every single day I practiced, whether that was with Sydney, the voice coach, or alone. You can ask anyone who knew me during that duration of time. All I thought about was Legally Blonde. I worked on that show for an entire year, and when the time came to perform the shows, it was bittersweet. Not because I was nervous, but because I knew that all this was coming to an end. The shows were amazing, and I proved to myself how much I can do. And all that credit goes to one amazing person, Sydney. Throughout every second of my senior year, she was there. She made everyone feel welcome and comfortable. During this show, I broke out of my shell that I have known for so long. With Sydney's assistance, I was able to do things I never thought I could. And that's what happens when such a touching soul enters your life. You are able to be yourself. No matter what happens, I want to make sure Sydney and her entire family know how much you have affected my life. Not only by showing me potential, but by bringing my confidence back, and I will forever be grateful for you guys. I have never in my whole life met a teacher who has had that kind of influence on me. I always knew I could go to her if I was upset, uncomfortable, or nervous, and she would make that her first priority. She never wanted anyone to feel like they didn't belong, and I looked up to her for assistance, and she was always there. Sydney always put others first, which is a skill many don't have. I have multiple extracurriculars in my life, and the saying is true, a certain coach or director can make or break your experience and love for that craft. Sydney Gaston made my entire experience. Thinking about Sydney not being a part of this community makes me heartbroken, knowing the time and effort she has put into this school. I have never seen a director that will do that for these students, and I'm not too sure you can find someone else who has that dedication this division needs. No matter what happens after this meeting, I want the board to know how much this woman means to me and many others. Taking it from someone who knows her from a student level, I will forever hold a place in my heart for the Gastons, for their complete care and love for these students, including myself. Sydney, thank you for everything. Thank you for helping me find my way and showing me I can conquer anything in my life, no matter the size. Thank you.
Thank you. Rolling right along, senior class president, I guess your reign is over now, Miss Madam Alumnus. Liliana Moffett.
Good evening, my name is Liliana Moffett, as you guys just heard. I'm a recent graduate. A little background, I was the senior class president as well as the student council co-president. Until this year, I had never been interested in the drama department or anything to do with theater, honestly. I decided that it was my senior year and I wanted to audition for the show, so I signed up, and to my surprise, it was Legally Blonde, the show that we all know and love. During this show, I made memories that will stay with me for the rest of my life, and I made connections with not only my peers, but with staff such as Miss Gaston. These connections would most likely never have been made if Miss Gaston did not provide me with the platform that she did. As you all know, senior year is extremely rough, and everyone gets senioritis. Without the support system that the drama club and drama department provided me through Miss Gaston, I very well think that I would have done a lot worse in my classes. Miss Gaston provided me not only with an unforgettable experience, but it's because of her that I now plan to continue community theater when I continue to upcoming university. I believe that every Rochester student should have the opportunity to experience the amazing outlet drama can provide through the workings of Miss Gaston. I think that every Rochester student should be able to fall in love with theater the way that I did because of the support Miss Gaston provided me with. In my opinion, it would be an extremely foolish decision to remove Miss Gaston from Rochester staff, because you can tell from being her student, not only being her student, but watching her interact with the students during back to the 80s, she truly loves what she does, and for her, it's not about the check. After 13 years at this school, I can honestly say that Miss Gaston is one of the most respectable and prominent staff members. She always puts her students' best interests first, and for her, it's not about having the title. It's about seeing her students thrive and shine on that stage, and I believe that every Rochester student, whether they are class of 2037 or class of 2026, should have the opportunity to work with Miss Sydney Gaston. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. McDonald?
To respect everybody's time and to avoid redundancies, I'll yield my time.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone who wants to provide public comment that either I stole the sheet before you put your name down or you changed your mind? No? Okay. All right. Seeing that, we're going to go ahead and move on to our next agenda item, which is closed session. So as I mentioned, we are going to, Mr. Kaler, I believe, is going to act as a community marshal, if you will, and lead a parade to the high school library. So members of the community can spend time there if you want to come back afterwards. And then we'll go back into open session. Thank you, admin, world's longest week. Note to self, maybe avoid, I'm gonna look at the calendar again for first week of school and last week of school and see if we can do a kindness there. You are, yes, sorry about it, yeah. So, you'll be up next-ish, I think. So, we'll go ahead. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
I'll make that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have a motion to go into closed session for the purpose of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees, specific individuals who serve as independent contractors in a park, recreational, or educational setting for specific volunteers of the public body or legal counsel of the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee, a specific individual who serves as an independent contractor in a park, recreational, or educational setting, or a volunteer of the public body, or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Mrs. Seaton, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Dr. Graff?
Yes.
Mrs. Curley,
Yes.
Mr. Childs?
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne?
Yes.
Mr. Carly?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, we are in closed session. We thank you, and Mr. Kaler's ready to open the door and head that way. Thank you so much. Anybody need something to drink? Drink? Great. Aaron and Bobby need something to drink. all things. But
Me too.
Those are such cute jeans.
They are cute.
And look,
sounds like I have the best.
and a platform.
I don't have that color. I mean, I have that color, but not with the pink.
Not with the pink.
Are those stonewashed? I remember when I walked in Target, it was like they just opened, we were getting ready to go to volleyball something, and I was like, what in the 1990 is this?
I love it.
Oh. Hey, honey, I need to tell Cheryl, I think my charger doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like, nope, I used Bob's, but like, it is charging with Bob's, it's not charging with mine.
I'll get you the wood.
Okay. Oh, wait, sorry. One moment. I should have sent you with trail mix. I didn't have any. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Before we welcomed you back in, we did come out of closed session, so we are back in open session. And we are at agenda item 4. Action on items discussed in closed session. Is there a motion to adopt the recommendation to dismiss and authorize notice of dismissal of Sydney Gaston, an extracurricular staff member?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mrs. Seaton, could you please take the roll?
Mrs. Curley,
Yes.
Mr. Carly,
Yes.
Dr. Graff,
Yes.
Mr. Childs,
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne,
Yes.
Mr. Taft.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to item 5. We have items on a consent agenda that's in the board packet. Were there any question or discussion about the consent agenda for the board?
No question.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seeing no further discussion, could you please take the roll?
Mr. Carly,
Yes.
Mrs. Curley,
Yes.
Dr. Graff,
Yes.
Mr. Taft,
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne,
Yes.
Mr. Childs.
Yes.
Is that everybody? Moving on to number 6, financial reports. Oh, sorry, what? Oh, yes, okay, thank you. Dr. Kaler.
Finance reports are in the packet, they're on board. If you have any questions, I'll answer those or do my best to. Again, the activity account balances are in there, and those are going in every month. I know that's only been the first couple months that we've been doing it, but they're in there now.
Appreciate that.
And they'll be in every month.
Yes.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Okay, are there any questions from the board? With respect to the financial report?
Maybe just a comment. I think that I just appreciate Ms. Eaton for putting together the CSV file for this. We can look at these a little differently going forward, so that's something, especially as we get into the Finance Committee, we'll take a look at in a couple different capacities.
That's like Excel-ish.
Yep.
For those of you that don't speak CSV.
You can make it in Excel still.
I know. I mean, I just what it looks like. It looks like a spreadsheet, so I appreciate that. Okay, with that, is there a motion to approve the bills?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Mrs. Seaton?
Dr. Graff,
Yes.
Mr. Childs,
Yes.
Mr. Taft,
Yes.
Mr. Carly,
Yes.
Mrs. Curley,
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne?
Yes.
Okay, administrators, before we go to your reports, thank you so much. We're very sorry. I'm honest to God, we will be looking, when we get to the thing about it, agenda dates, we will look again, or meeting dates, to ensure that we do not have a school board meeting during the first week of school or the last week of school. So please accept the entire board's apology with that, and Godspeed. I don't care who wants to go first.
I'll go first.
Okay? Please don't feel like staying for your colleagues.
I just want to start out by saying that we had an event tonight called Chalk the Walk. It was the first time I did it with my first grade families, and I had over 60 kids show up with their families to decorate the walkway into EC1 for the last day of school, which is really great. And I'm going to just highlight some of the partnerships that we built this year. We hit every single high school sport, a bunch of clubs, including the robotics club. Thank you, Dr. Graff. Many parents volunteered to help read to students, create artwork, and most importantly, teach our kids how to ride bikes, which has been amazing. Rochester Police and Fire, Rochester Community Library, Mockingbird, Brazos, and Rochester Estates were some of the amazing things that we did this year. I've attached my Ames Web progression reports to my report. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It was a great year.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It is not lost on us where your Energizer Bunny comes from. I don't know.
It's fake.
I appreciate it. Fake until you make it, baby.
False Celsius.
Appreciate.
200.
I don't know whose talking about Dews these are in this gigantic Wally's cup. Okay, who would like to be next? Okay.
All right, we've also had a great year. I have attached my Ames Web scores as far as the spring. That's in your board report as well. Just to kind of highlight some of the events coming up, or not coming up, that we've had at the end, so far at the end of the year. We had our Illinois Principals Association Student Leadership Breakfast. Congratulations to Addie Lauber. We were able to recognize her. I was able to take her there and acknowledge all of her leadership ability that came from her teachers, and it was great. It was an awesome experience for her and for me as well. Several field trips going on at the end of the year. That's in your packet. Congratulations to Caden and Emma, our second and third grade spelling bee champions. We were able to bring that back this year and congratulate our spellers and get the kids involved in spelling again, which is awesome. And then this one just is dear to my heart because I'm a foreign language teacher. But we were able to kind of bring that to the 2-3 building this year, and we started the last couple months and just having a couple mornings where the high school kiddos came over and helped work with my students and just teaching Spanish and German and just kind of helping with that at the younger age, and we want to kind of continue that going into next year. But yes, it's been a great year. Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, we wrapped up our Fine Arts Festival for the first time over the high school, junior high auditorium. Thank you guys so much for letting me use that space. We dodged a storm 2 years in a row, so good job on that. Our IXL data, and all the stuff we've been doing with our IXL competition, all that data's in there. It's very impressive. Our kids accumulated 132,000 RISE behavior tickets, and they were able to reach their goal. They found out this morning and cooked hot dogs for 4 hours, and we had extra recess and snow cones. Thank you to Cornets for providing the snow cones, and PTO for buying us the new grill and everything. Spring Carnival is another huge success. Had over 700 people here this year, and our student recognition this year was Nora Horseman. Her and her family were able to attend the IPA Abe Lincoln Region Student Leadership Breakfast.
Thank you so much. Love that leadership breakfast. Ms. Poole, tell me about it.
All right, Tyler Jewell was our IPA Breakfast Award winner. I sent Mr. Lauber because he was going anyway, so I didn't go, but he did. Asher Well, student of ours at 8th grade, competed in the Springfield Area Chamber of Commerce Civics Bee and took first prize. Pretty cool. He gets to go to state. I don't know what that means, but we're really proud of him.
Go fight win.
That's right. And they were doing all the fun, good end of the year, good feels things. 8th grade dinner was amazing. You guys, thank you for coming. I really appreciate that more than you know.
Thank you so much for the invitation. It was awesome.
Absolutely. Super successful. We had very good attendance, around 300 or so. Field day was today. Mr. Lauber grilled 500 hot dogs because junior high kids eat a lot.
They do.
And we ate almost all of them. And then we did some other things. We had a rocket rally. We do our version of a grad walk. So we have the 7th graders get in the halls and the 8th graders walk out. And there were tears and it was cute. And tomorrow's our day of service and we're super excited about that. This will be the second year that we've done it on this last day, but we did 2 of them this year because it was so successful. So we're looking forward to being out and giving back a little bit.
We love it.
I
Thank
love
you.
that.
Thank you so much.
We had graduation.
It was awesome.
Yeah, it went
It
well.
was awesome. Thank you. It was awesome.
So
Great job.
thank you to everybody involved, especially Miss Tucker, and then I don't know if you didn't get to see it, just Mr. Reed, and
Be Mr. Reed.
he was hanging on
Yes.
for dear life there for a minute when
yes,
they were
he
all
was.
saying nice things about him, but I just can't say enough. I can't speak highly enough about the work he put into it, the impact he's had not only just on the kids but on our community. And it just wouldn't feel right if I didn't stand up here and say thank you to him. And then all the staff, the board members who showed up to help. It takes a lot of people to run graduation and to do it smoothly and do it as well as we did. And so just thank you to everybody involved. The grad walk, it's one of my favorite things we do. It's where we have our graduates walk through all the schools. It's so cool. My daughter came home and was just, Dad, did you see all that? I'm like, oh yeah, I saw them all. So she loved it. Prom was a success out at the state fairgrounds. So thank you to Miss Gunter and Miss Seitz. They did an amazing job putting that on. The seal, which I had presented at a previous board meeting. So we had 9 seniors participate in that test and earn their seal of biliteracy on which will go on their diploma and their transcript. And 7 students earned the state seal of biliteracy, and 2 students earned the state commendation towards biliteracy. So every student who took it received recognition, which was incredible. We had a student get a perfect on the ACT, Wes Myers, and so we brought teachers from every building that he had together to get a picture with him, which was really cool. Brooke Siebert broke, I believe it was her sister's school record. In the mile, ran a 4:56 in the mile.
That's my 400. Funny how that played.
And then Peyton Zeidler broke the triple jump school record, which was very cool too. We had staff appreciation week. Mr. Reed cooked out. It went really well. Last day of finals was today. Makeups are tomorrow at 11:15. We had the Fine Arts Festival, which went really well. So big thanks to Mr. Spear, Miss Bell, Mr. Gunn, and Miss Gonzalez for all their hard work there. And then we've got our staff graduates, our retiring staff members, Miss Goad, Miss Powell, Miss Godar, Mrs. Fairmont, and Mrs. Doherty, who we will all miss very much. So that's it for the high school.
Thank you. And thank you for we know that you did a great job recognizing them and thanking them for their service. So please just do so again on behalf of the board, if you happen to see them tomorrow or whenever. Also, graduation, you are underselling it. It was glorious. Extra troublesome this year in that our plans were changed. So big shout out to Sue Tucker for getting us on the schedule at all for the Sangamon Auditorium that's closing, and for finagling. Thank you for our families for being largely patient and accommodating us not being able to have 100 people per kid like we can when it's outside. So we look forward to next year being a little bit different, but big shout out for making it work. And the band did great, the Madrigals did great, the chorus did great, the speakers did fantastically well. Yeah, lots of good face goosebumps at graduation. So we thank you for that. Thank you for your time. Please do not stay for one more second. Oh, you're not. Oh, do you have one?
Principal.
Yes. Building admin, get out of here. Enjoy your last day. We are so sorry for keeping you so long. Thank you. Okay. All right. Are we to you, madam? Or do we do the directors first? Okay. All right. Directors, who wants to go first?
I will. Basically, the only thing you got my report. I want to add one thing. I forgot to put the snow removal for next year on the board report or on the agenda. We had one response to the RFP, and that's it. So we'll be bringing that forward in June. I called him today, told him what happened. He was totally fine. He understood.
Okay. Thank you. If it snows in May, we have more problems than the agenda. Okay?
But he was totally understandable.
Yeah.
Totally understood it was wrong.
Okay.
All right, playground equipment is coming in, so we'll be working on getting that installed. We're waiting for a couple more pieces, and then we'll be sending out information to ask for volunteers to come help us get it all ready to go. Okay, perfect.
For real.
And then we also also did an open house for pre-K and kindergarten, which is the first time we've done that, to just let people come in and see the building before they brought their kids in. And we had parent ambassadors serve as the people that were in charge of the classrooms rather than teachers. We wanted like
That's a great
parents
idea.
to be able to answer questions about what they see as a parent as strengths or things that parents need to be aware of. And we received overwhelmingly positive, like literally nothing negative about it. So many smiles, so much happiness. And we allotted an hour, and we're like, we probably could have said 45 minutes, because people came in there, they looked through everything, they asked their questions, they had a great time, and then went on their way for the night. So it was a perfect night. And then the third thing, I had prepared information about all of our benchmark testing, which is the testing that we do 3 times a year from pre-K up through high school. But it's too late of a night tonight, so in June, I will present all of that
Yeah.
information to you.
Yes, please include that in, your June report. That'd be
Yes,
great. I'd love to see it
Yep.
and talk about it.
One thing that I wanted to bring up about the high school and EC1, they did start a new tradition this year for graduation, where seniors and kindergartners exchange a gift.
Oh, that was so cute.
My wife cried after watching the video, so that shows you the sentiment and the appreciation that families had for that event, and wonderful event, wonderful addition to our grad walk to involve parents in that part of it, to build up the Rochester tradition of excellence even more. So that was just a wonderful event. I also wanted to report back to you, I've talked previously about trademarking. I have submitted several applications to the state for trademarking. They have denied those because we do not manufacture the items that would be protected underneath the trademark. So we would have to be having shirt machines in the back, weaving shirts for them to be trademarked, is what the person explained to me. They did say, however, that the service mark, which the district currently does have, has the same powers, authorities, and protections that a trademark has. And so as we move forward, my recommendation, because of the Wild West that we have right now of people making and selling things, and none of it benefiting our students, minus the fundraisers for different organizations, my recommendation would be that we move forward with starting to produce a licensing agreement for people who want to create and or sell things that represent the district. And that's my recommendation. And that way, a company, say, I'll just say Diebold-Tees, because they're a familiar name, if they wanted to, they could enter that agreement with us. They would still be able to make a profit, but those sales would also still benefit our students in some way, because of a portion of the sale would come back to our students because it represents the district. Whereas currently, right now, any sales that they have are theirs.
Well, right, to be clear, and I think the one thing that is interesting to me about that is the idea of everyone being on a level playing field, because we do have some vendors, including Diebold-Tees, that is wildly generous to the district, and we very much appreciate all of their efforts. But it doesn't, if someone has a look-alike kind of thing, but then everyone's being treated the same,
It
right?
favors our students.
Okay.
It benefits our students. And so that would be my proposal to the board, to start moving in that direction of drafting that licensing agreement, so that companies who are interested in creating can still do what they're doing, and it will also benefit our programs here.
I would also like, when you put that together and bring it back to the board as a proposal, to know just what other districts are doing. I'm sorry, Don, I didn't.
No, it's fine. Mr. Anto, where did you file that trademark? Was it a federal trademark
No, I did
application?
not file it with I filed it with the state's attorney's office. The federal trademark was substantially more expensive. It went from $10 per trademark to $300 per trademark at the federal level. The federal level is also a single-year trademark, so that would be a cost incurred to the district of $300+ per year to renew that federal protection license. So at the state level, it's $10 per license for the commodity that you're trying to protect. So say that we had glassware, t-shirts, and blankets. Each one of those had to be filed as a different one, as you saw in the billing. That's why there was multiple checks written for each of the commodities that the trademark would have applied to.
I'm a patent and trademark attorney, and I'd be
So you're an expert.
happy to help look at that too, to make sure that we've taken those steps. I'm more familiar with the federal rules than the state rules, but I'm sure some of my staff would donate some time to make sure we look at that and get that right.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Awesome. You're up.
Me? All right. I wanted just to share some highlights from my report. One of those being that on Wednesday, April 30th, our district hosted a marketing event to educate business owner and possible partners about advertising and marketing opportunities with the district, which was, of course, support our students as well as staff and other programs. Chris Popowski from Dictronics, as well as members of the Rochester administrative team, made that presentation. And then Dr. Kaler serves as our point of contact for anyone that's interested in entering into a marketing agreement. So we continue to work through that.
And that's primarily, when we hear that event, that's primarily with respect to the scoreboards, the new scoreboards that are going in
So-
the rec and the football field?
You've got it?
Okay.
Yes,
Right.
beautiful, yes. And then we also have advertising at like our baseball,
Oh,
softball,
okay.
soccer. Am I missing any? I think I got it all.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
In the rack,
Yeah,
on
the
the
rack.
concession stand, and then on the scoreboard and the
Scoreboard
scores
itself.
table at the rack.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, so there are all sorts of opportunities, but we did it, we made it through the marketing event, so that was
Yep.
super exciting. In addition to that, this past Monday, we had our first General Education Advisory Council meeting, which was super exciting to have our group together. That group is comprised of one parent representative from each building, one staff member. There's a board representative, being Dr. Graff. I'm fortunate enough to be a part of that. And we have a student from the junior high and a student from the high school. It was a wonderful evening. In addition to that, we discussed not only what the Constitution looks like, but in addition to that, our building principals provided feedback in regards to their handbook proposal changes that will be coming to you during the month of June. And we had wonderful discussion related to potential topics for next school year. So it was a very, I feel, this is my personal opinion, a very successful night, and people were really open to sharing and very collaborative. So I'm super excited about what that holds moving forward. So thank you to everyone that has been a part of that. In addition to that, everyone that applied to be a part of that council, a big thank you that there is such interest in people being able to share and be a part of that. So thank you for that. I wanted to share, tomorrow we will have our staff end of the year program, which is an annual event that we look forward to each and every year. With that, we will be, of course, recognizing and celebrating our retirees, as well as we do a number of award winners each year, specifically related to those who excel, as well as impact awards. So I'm super looking forward to that. Just a couple other things. I wanted to update you all in regards to our undesignated medications, specifically related to glucagon. I continue to communicate with Jewel Osco related to our standing orders. We did receive those. I'm super excited, and our medications have shipped. So a big step. So they've been amazing to work with, and of course I'm very appreciative of our nursing staff here for their work with everything. And finally, I just wanted to give a big shout out to our administrators and our directors, our staff, families, our students for an amazing school year. It's been truly amazing. Your support has meant the world to everyone across the board, and I hope everyone has an amazing summer and just enjoy every minute with your families and your kiddos. Enjoy that special time together. So that's it for me.
Fantastic.
Suzanne,
I was
hoping to catch the administrators before they left. They needed to go. I was very appreciative of the quick response to the weather that came through. I had 2 children come home that were not phased, and that tells me that at a building level, that trickled down to the teachers, that drills have been practiced, children's safety is top priority. So thank you. I wanted to say that. I need to send individual emails because I was very appreciative. Children are our most important prized possessions, and so we
can
appreciate
spread that word too. So
thank you
so
Yeah.
much for that feedback too. That's important for us. So thank you so much. Thanks.
Sorry, I have one more question. Sorry, I
Yep.
need to go back too far, but
You're
the
fine.
marketing plan.
Yes, please.
Is there any discussions around marketing plan in conjunction with advertisement on Rocket TV and parlaying those
So we
efforts?
actually had an initial meeting scheduled with Mr. Greer related to that.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that meeting we're having to reschedule.
Okay.
So with that, hopefully I'll have an update for you at the June meeting.
Okay,
So,
perfect.
but we
Thank
did have an initial meeting scheduled, but of course, have to reschedule that.
Yep.
So
Okay.
thank you for asking. I appreciate it.
Okey doke. Thank you so much. Without seeing nothing else, we will go into old business. And I feel less sorry for you guys because you don't have to see kids tomorrow. But I also do apologize for the wait. But we do have representatives from BLDD and SM Wilson here to provide a construction update. We would love to hear what's up, whoever, divide, conquer, et cetera.
So, I don't have anything too much prepared for you guys. We can see it now that it's starting to come out of the ground. I'll maybe start as we work our way around campus. So the soccer field's done. I think they played quite a few games on there and everybody loved it.
Beautiful.
The work turned out really well. Football field is finished. We're working on the track. We have the pavement down. So we're waiting on surfacing, but the football field itself is done. I see some confused faces. So the field is done. The whole complex is still under construction. We'll have our fence around the baseball field coming down here within the next week, and then we'll be starting the big blue monster wall pretty quick. And then still working on a couple of the buildings right up there too. That leaves us with the addition. So it's up. We're working our way around the building. You see some temporary plastic on there. We're trying to get windows put in. We're trying to get the roof put on, get it dried in to where we're able to start doing insulation and drywall.
How is the addition? Is it on time?
Yeah, so we did have a little bit of a delay with some weather earlier on, and we did address that. But all in all, we're progressing about where we thought we would be, and we're doing everything we can to try to ramp up for summer and put ourselves in a position to deliver this when it's supposed to be delivered.
Which is?
October 1st.
Okay.
Sorry, go back to the weather issue for just a second. Little concerned, was there a structural issue with the weather that came through? Is that my understanding?
That was something separately we're still working through. The weather that I referred to previously was just the winter and the winter conditions that where we were in the project just delayed things. We had a very cold, wintry winter. So that delayed us a little bit. There was also a structural issue that we're working through right now. It's actually been corrected. We can maybe speak to that a little bit more, but yeah, it was at the peak of the upper roof. It's hard to explain. The triangular tip of that, when there was a stronger wind that came through, it kind of cranked it, turned it a little bit, and so we replaced a column and got it back to where it was designed to be at.
There was a couple of issues there's a couple of things that crossed on my head is okay, structural, like is it manufacturing is a problem or design is a problem? Was this an act of God that's beyond the scope of control? And then I think we're on the hook for paying for that, if I understand right, and just trying to understand that process.
Sure, and I can maybe let John speak to that a little bit.
So we have had a structural designer review the design to confirm that it meets the code. What we had was a very strong wind event, that the building was in a really vulnerable position because the roof deck was on, right? So, but the building was still open. So when you do a structural design, you've got enclosed structures and you've got open structures. This was designed as an enclosed structure. It was open during this high wind event, and there is one column that is not a part of the lateral system. The lateral system are actually the columns right next to it. They didn't get damaged. This one column at the end did twist as a part of that wind event. And I was asked about, and I'm not a structural engineer, I'm an architect. We have structural engineers that work on the project. So the max wind speed is 120 mile an hour. But through the design, the actual wind speeds that are designed around are in the low 90s, 93, 94 mile an hour. So if we saw winds in the 80s to the 90s, the system, again, in an enclosed situation, wouldn't be an issue, but because of the deck being installed and the rest of the building being open, it was just in a vulnerable position and that one column was damaged.
So once completed, rated for 120, we feel confident that that won't ever have an issue.
Yes, sir.
It's
We've had it
just the
reviewed
issue.
again separately to make sure that there wasn't an issue with the design.
Any sort of safety risk while we're in construction that we have to be concerned about with this?
They've already
It-
fixed.
Yeah, that was our main concern, was safety-wise, like, do we need to shut the job down? Everything was still in place, it was just twisted. So
Okay.
we were able to shore it up, and we pulled the column out and put it back in, and they actually made it look really easy. I was really
The process
concerned.
was impressive.
Yeah, they got it in and out about as efficiently as they could have, so.
Okay.
Anything else?
I probably asked the same question over and over again, no offense intended. What's the chances of getting some really detailed project management schedules, like a start date, end date, and anything that you have running congruently?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can send you guys a schedule
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Thanks, Bob. I agree.
That
Sorry,
is great.
Adam, did you have anything else prepared that?
No.
Okay.
I'm
I've
really
got
ready to
I
answer
got a
questions.
list here, sorry,
Ask-
guys, so,
ask away.
Yeah.
I want to touch
Is
base
it
on a few
something
things.
that we could enlarge and project it, say on a big screen?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll send you a PDF copy, and you guys can put it wherever. I don't have it right now.
Okay,
That's what you're
okay.
asking for,
That's
but
all right.
we can certainly send it in.
Okay, please do.
Am I mistaken that you do also provide those to the building committee, those meetings that we have, correct?
Yeah,
Those
we
schedules?
send them, when we have our OAC meetings, we send them. If you want me to start sending you one a copy afterwards separately, I can
That'd
do
be
that,
great,
yeah.
thank you.
Have you
How
been sending them
frequently-
all along?
We transmit, we don't transmit a full schedule, we transmit the next 6 weeks of the schedule
Okay.
every 2 weeks at our OAC meetings.
You have one general overview of the whole?
Yeah,
thing?
so we have a big master schedule, and then we try to focus on the next 6 weeks, and that's what we share with everybody, because it's like a 15-page
Yeah.
schedule, so.
And if I wasn't in the construction industry and I didn't know what OAC meant, what would be my best guess?
That's our meeting with it's the owner, architect, contractor meeting.
Oh, OAC, obviously.
Um,
Okay.
Sorry, I'm gonna get it on my
Nope.
list here. Talk to me about the tennis courts. Okay.
Oh,
That was
God.
gonna be my next
Yes,
Yeah.
my question.
So, we've looked at this with Byrne and Jones. There's kind of two issues. There's the fence, which came down with some wind, and we're looking into what we need to do to address that. There's
It was the middle dividing fence, is that right? Or which fence was it?
it was the southernmost fence.
Parking lot.
That
Yeah.
runs,
So
Yeah.
towards the.
with the, like, that runs along the rack, right?
The southernmost
No,
fence,
one little
right by the
parking
parking
lot.
To the
lot.
high school.
Right by the
Yeah.
parking lot.
Oh, right, the
Parking
front of
lot.
the rack, I'm
Parking
sorry,
lot.
my
Yeah.
brain, I'm
That's
doing
right.
it right.
That's right.
Yeah, like
Okay.
around, like
Yeah.
the front, okay,
So
yeah.
it had to do with the windscreen was on there. Windscreen just makes, you'd think fences would be stronger in windscreens, but they're not. So we were looking into a little bit what we need to do. They were able to come out and amend the fence to where it looks like it was brand new. So we're investigating what we need to do to strengthen that fence. The tennis courts themselves, we've reviewed it, we've investigated it. What we think happened is, if you go back, the asphalt company working for Byrne and Jones, they wanted to pave everything all at once, and Byrne and Jones didn't have any issues with that. So they paved everything, and then they came back and they cut in foundations to set the sleeves. You know, it makes
Yep.
paving more efficient, but now you got more cold joints.
Yep.
So a lot of the cracking that we see are these cold joints.
Yep.
You know, the PM I've been working with, the PM that was with Byrne and Jones previously was no longer with them. We're working with a new PM. He's been out a few times. He's, in my opinion, acting in good faith to try to remedy the situation. So he's been out. I'm due to hear back from him. But what we want to do is have a walkthrough with Suzanne and Chris and everybody, address what we see are the concerns. They have a plan which is patch filler and painting to see, you know, what they've told me is these kind of courts always have some maintenance.
Yep.
And I understand it, because what I've conveyed back is what we needed, you know, where we're at is we think we need to remill and redo it all, which, you know, that's obviously there. it's a big expense. They would like to try to remedy it first. I told them, that's where we're going, then we need to seriously look at longer warranties or some guarantee of, look, if you want to try this, we got to have some extra period to see if this works or if it doesn't. So,
I've also suggested that if there is a repair method that is done in one area and everyone has a chance to look at it and agree that it's okay.
Yeah.
Because if it's not okay in one area, we're not gonna go down that path.
Sure. Yeah. So we're working it out with them. They're well aware that it's a problem. We are obviously, it's a year old and it looks the way that it does. So it's in the process of getting that scheduled, but we're certainly working on that.
So I apologize because you're going to probably hear this part a lot from me, but I assume that that's covered under warranty in terms of the remedy that we need to pursue?
Yes, I mean, it would be something that.
Not on the school is my point.
Yeah,
Right.
$0 to
Yeah.
the taxpayer.
It would be a warranty issue that we'd say, look, come fix it, right?
Yeah.
Will we be, I mean, I haven't looked at it, so I don't know what the extent is. Will we be able to play on it this fall?
That's gonna be a matter of what it is we need to do. I know
Okay.
it's gonna be scheduling. The challenge we had last summer, Byrne and Jones waited, and then they got here, and then it was too late.
Yeah.
Here, there's not gonna be any regrading. If anything, they would mill the top layer, so it would be less work, but nonetheless,
Okay.
schedules fill up, stuff has to happen.
Right.
But it would obviously be our goal to get this done.
Right.
So,
How quickly will we know?
Yeah, that was my next
How quickly
question.
can we know whether or not there is a, either short-term, like a test remedy, or at least a solution through the fall?
Yeah.
Right? That then wouldn't necessarily, I don't want these tennis teams to not have
yeah,
playing surface again.
sure.
Yeah.
And so that's the primary goal. So the quicker we know about, this is not,
Yeah.
right, the quicker we decide,
Sure.
the quicker we can act, all of the things. And so what is a reasonable amount of time for us to check back with you?
I would like to try to get a walkthrough scheduled with everybody next week. Like I said, the PM I tried to start setting this up. The PM I've been working with has
Yeah.
been out. I
Yeah.
haven't heard back. I'm gonna follow up with them tomorrow. I'd like to set something up next week to try to figure out what it is we wanna do.
Okay,
If we wanna try what they're suggesting, I guess the good news is the courts are there. They're there, they're playable, and if, we decide that we do need to mill it and we need to resurface it, if we're not gonna be done by fall, we can wait until after the tennis season's over and
Right.
get it then. Like, the
Right.
tennis courts are still playable as they
Right.
are. It's just a matter
Absolutely.
of getting it
That-
fixed.
yeah,
I was
yeah,
We'll
so, yeah,
think
that's,
smartly on that,
yes,
for sure.
yes,
So, yeah.
appreciate that. Okay.
Anything else on tennis courts in particular?
No, thanks.
No.
So, okay, so then we've got a number of different change orders that we've got some questions on. There's some elevations and concrete work between the existing bathrooms and the new entryway.
At the football field.
That was an omission, so is that right? They were dismissed, or what happened with that one?
So, yeah, sort of the dirty underbelly of design is, it's a large design team, and we are held by our contract for a standard of care, right? I'm just kind of going through.
Yeah.
No,
And there are
this is
errors-
helpful, this is
errors.
really helpful,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay,
yes,
yeah,
please.
and so I'll start at the beginning, and so standard of care is one of those silly little things that says, okay, you're gonna hold your architect to another architect who does similar work in a similar area,
Right.
doing similar things.
Right.
It's really stupid, really vague, and, we work with Capital Development Board quite a bit, not as much anymore, but we used to all the time, and they define the standard of care by saying there are errors and omissions, there are humans working on this project, they won't be perfect, right? And so what for an overall project look, there should be 1% omissions and 0.5% in errors. And the omissions are basically things that aren't in the drawings that should have been, and an error is something that's just wrong. I think that's kind of the best way to look at it. And so in this particular case, the civil engineer missed the grade change that's required, and so we felt that the best solution, most cost-effective solution, was to redo the paving and add some railing. So yeah, that is an omission that wasn't in the drawing. Those railings weren't in the drawing.
and then that's and you said, is it contractually that it's 1% of the overall project that we have errors and omissions, or is there something?
Well, I may
How does,
I may have skimmed over that. So CDB defined the standard of care as 1%, the total project cost, 1% should be expected in omissions and 0.5% for errors. It is not contractually in our agreement that way.
Okay.
I'm just giving you the definition that the Capital Development
So it's
Board
like
uses.
an industry standard essentially?
Yes.
Right, so if you, so mistakes up to a certain amount are reasonable
And
and mistakes beyond that are unreasonable.
And I can let Adam go into this. So the budget has been built so that we can accommodate these sort of things.
Okay.
So even if it's owner requested ads or unforeseen conditions, that the budget has been built to take care of these items so that you don't really have to worry about or deal with them. It is your money. I understand that. It is your money. And I'm not trying to spend it. That's not what we're trying to do. But the budget was built to accommodate these issues and take care of them. And if we exceed that standard of care, at the end of the project, we like to get together and have a conversation about, okay, what is it that makes you happy if we didn't perform to your expectation?
So this is where, so obviously I get the concept of contingency in projects. That's somewhat normal from my experience. But without an actual contracted rate of 1.5% of errors and omissions, I'm just trying to understand what the obligation is. In theory, could it go all the way up to 10% and be part of the overall contingency? If that's the case, I know I'm going to an extreme, but is that how that could go, or just trying to understand the scope of potential risks as it relates to
Well,
the contingency piece of it?
We would never expect our errors and omissions to get anywhere near, hopefully 1.5%.
Thinking we're gonna still be below that.
Oh,
1.5.
yeah, and I think
Okay.
that maybe if you want to kind of get into the.
Yeah, so we do track the contingencies really closely. We have a few different pots of money, so, and again, this is all your money, it's just sort of how we budget it. We have an owner contingency, we have a CM contingency. Both of those, I believe, put together were 5% of the overall contract value. The CM contingency is more for SM Wilson's use, so. if
Being
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. construction management.
Yeah, so
Okay.
there's things, and then there's also some allowance dollars that we carried for things that, for example, a temporary floor protection allowance. So as we get into this renovation, it's additional money in these contingencies as well. But to date, and these were with these proposed change orders, we're at 0.7% of the overall budget of the contract.
Okay.
So, the top line hasn't moved at all. It's still the 23,881 number, and we are very healthy. And I've done this a few times, and with where we are contingency-wise, we had a lot of changes that have resulted in money that has come back to owner contingency.
Right.
Through savings and that sort of a thing. And with where we are, a lot of the big risks are getting the buildings out of the ground. That work is all sort of behind us. There are a few more things, things still can happen, but by and large, the building's in the air, we're wrapping it, we're getting it closed in, we're somewhat over the hill in terms of nasty surprises, I would say. Now, we do have the renovation coming up, there's always a curveball or two there, but going underground's always can be the riskiest part. So for us, being at 7% or 0.7% of the overall contract with where we are, from what I would say, we're in pretty good shape in terms of dollars we've spent.
So, I think the big thing is obviously from a contingency, it's there for a reason, but at the same time, we certainly don't want overspend just for fun, obviously. I think we just want to make sure that we're conscious of those dollars and be careful with them.
And I think this, I congratulate the board and the previous board for going through a CM, process with this. In a general contractor situation, this tends to be a real argument and a real problem. The way this has been put together by SM Wilson allows you a lot of flexibility and will allow you to hopefully get a lot of money back. So I don't want to paint a cloud that, we're in bad shape, because it's actually going really well. We just had some issues that all came together at one time.
I think that was part of what alerted a lot of us.
It all came together at one time.
Whoa,
And,
new board, and we're getting sauced with $100,000
So
and change.
the timing was terrible, and we wish we could have change that, but that's when, because here's the thing, is that when there's an issue, we talk about what the solution is. It goes to the contractor that's gonna do the work. We get information back, we review the information, it goes back to the contractor, it comes back to us, and then it finally goes to you. So it goes through a whole lot of process, and all those sort of happened all at the same time. And we got them all resolved and felt comfortable bringing them to you to say, okay, here's what we think is an appropriate amount and an appropriate solution for the issue.
Okay.
And remind me, what is the total contingency?
It started out at $1.5 million. Right now, we're at about $1.46 million. So we've spent about 68,000 of that of
Oh, you mean
contingency.
left? So there's
between the two contingencies,
Uh-huh.
there's still $1.4 million.
Oh, okay, great. Because when I sat out there and I was furiously writing down questions, that there was discussion of a $3 million bucket of money, and that $3 million bucket of money related to was contingency in the idea of because we didn't know what was happening with prices coming out of the pandemic and these various. So did some of that not come? Some of that kind of fear of
I
pricing
think
being ridiculous not come to be?
sometimes they have design,
I think that's
depending
what
on,
we're talking about, design and bid contingencies likely.
and that
Okay.
might have been way early on.
It was
When-
pretty early.
yeah.
Yeah, no, it would have been pretty early.
When
Yeah.
we started the project, we
Uh-huh.
started with $1.53 million.
So once everything was approved and
Yes,
you
that's
knew
what-
moving
yeah.
forward, you had 1.5 million, and we've only spent,
$68,000.
well, right, but there's 100,000-ish pending.
Right.
So, but
yes.
still not,
So even at that, we're
Yeah.
at 1.36 million.
okay, okay.
Sorry, just more procedural. So, processes you've got, and would you call it OAC meeting? And that's happening how frequently?
We really, it's every week. We have an actual in-person meeting every other week, and then the week that we don't, we have a call.
Okay. Who all from Rochester is in on that? Okay.
And then we do have the administrators
Yeah.
participate as well
Once a month.
during the
Once a month.
in-person, during an in-person
They come
meeting.
once a month.
Once
Okay.
a month they come.
What about respective, administrators good for the particular buildings? What about coaches for the particular projects that are in question? Is Derek involved on football field? Is Carlson involved
He
on
wasn't
During the
baseball?
design
Yeah, it was
phase they
during the
were.
design phase.
Are they gonna be consulted as we get into swing of process and all these things?
So I think a good example of their involvement would be the track, Coach Blaze. We are working closely with him to make sure that we're getting the lines appropriate for the track. And yeah, they're being consulted as we go forward through this project as well.
And I know he was recently probably just brought in, and I really appreciate that, because track's probably a big one when it comes to the details. But I think, let's just maybe commit to the more eyes, the better on all this stuff, and get the coaches involved, because, guys, we had a soccer field with lines that we didn't want, we had to replace the lines again.
Understood.
And it was probably because we didn't have enough eyes on it, and we didn't, if Kuchar would have seen it, he'd have probably said, nope, that's supposed to be white. And
Or
I
at
don't know if
least
that's the
asked,
case.
or at least asked.
Yeah, so I think that's something that, just to more eyes the better, I think it's just good practice.
Yep, I agree.
And then from your side, if anything that you see that, if we were making a decision, you're like, hey, that's not how I would really do it, can you please just recommend to us,
Yeah.
like, hey, this is how we're thinking about it, are you sure you want to proceed with this, or whatever, right? And
We'll do it however you'd like.
Yes.
But in having done 100 of these across the Midwest,
Yeah.
99 opportunities, someone has selected this way. Now, if you want to be,
Yeah.
that this is how you're gonna separate yourself, cool, but to be clear, like in that fiduciary role, that is largely where I see the construction management team. This is your industry, you do it all the time. We do not do it all the time, as evidenced by the facilities before we started. So, and we're kind of a DIY district, thank God we are smart and talented people. But, so please step up and into that role for us, especially in these last, when these last important things are, coming up and happening.
Absolutely.
I know that Tim, our on-site manager, has been doing that, been working with us. He sees things and he brings them up and
Okay.
puts them in. So he's been very good in those meetings and bringing up those concerns that he's had as he's seen this project move
Tell
And
Tim I
I meet
said
every
hey.
morning.
What's that?
I go out and talk with Tim every morning.
Yeah, oh,
Multiple
yeah,
times a day.
Good. Okay.
I do this all over the Midwest, and we have projects in Texas, and I'm telling you, SM Wilson, our process with them and what they've done, and their oversight on the project, and Tim Williams, it's exceptional. You are in good hands, and they're doing great work, and you're gonna have amazing facilities. I promise you that.
So just my last piece on this one, just to reiterate, please help us in doing diligence and invest in this like it's your own community, like you're living here, right? But
Trust me.
we've got, the rock has been a frustrating thorn for us, and it's been frustrating for Heavy. Now we've got the tennis courts and things like that, and just, we really want extra diligence on making sure things are done right. The first time, I don't want to come back in 5 years and be very disappointed because we've got new cracks in this foundation or whatever else, and then we don't know who to go to, what our legal stance is, and what we can actually do for this. These things are supposed to be built to last for a long time, and we want to make sure they are. So, yep, that's our ask of you.
For sure.
I had just, and maybe I misunderstood, but on the visitor locker room, talk to me, was there an issue with conduit that was not
So
put
yes,
in?
unfortunately, our electrical engineer missed the fact that there were electric hand dryers, and so it was powered to electric hand dryers. That's what it is, yes. And
Okay.
so when I talk about Arizona emissions, there's never one that I'm proud of.
Right.
Never one.
We may bring you back to ask you
And
about every damn one of them,
And I'm
but,
telling you, I'm
just
telling you, it's the
kidding.
bane of my existence, but I'd like for you to understand that, so what you're asking us to do is be 98.5% perfect, and we're gonna hit that, I promise you. And I promise you, you're gonna see an omission or an error that you're like, how could they have missed that? And I wish we have a QA, QC, quality assurance, quality control program. Quality assurance ensures that quality control happens. I'm a part of that. And if I could tell you a quick story. In my youth, I did the University of Illinois Springfield's townhomes. Those townhouses that are on the east side, I did all those. Those were done in 3 phases. They're identical projects, right? 3 different phases. The first phase, we had change orders. It was general contractor bid with the University of Illinois. So we had change orders. So when we did the second one, we changed all the drawings to make sure that all the change orders were covered. We did the second phase, there were change orders. There was errors and omissions. So on the third phase, we fixed all of those. We had 2 different options. We had 3 different general contractors. They weren't the same general contractors that got the low bid. On the third one, we had change orders with errors and omissions on them. So we're not like Ford where we're due 10 million Explorers, but even when I've had the chance to do the same building 3 times, there's always ambiguity in the drawings that a contractor reads a little bit differently than another one. And so, yeah, I wish, it frustrates me, trust me. I've had this conversation with the boards for 30 years, and I wish I could stop it.
Was that addressed before the change order got to us? Like, did it get fixed and then you're asking us to pay for that? Or,
I believe it came up as either an RFI. I'm guessing it came up as an RFI, like, we're reading the
what's an
plans.
RFI?
So, sorry.
No,
Oh,
please.
it's late.
We have a lot of
It's late.
acronyms
Yeah.
in the business.
A request for information,
Oh,
so
thank you.
it more than
Okay.
likely was and again, I'm not 100%, I'm 98.5% sure. I'm guessing the electrician, saw that there's a hand dryer here, we don't have power shown to it, asks the question, we run it up, and then we do it, and then that's how it happened.
Thank you.
Okay.
And so if there are things that, see, like with an omission, typically, it's something that's needed to do the project, right? But if it's something that's not necessarily required, we usually throw that to your administration, to Chris and Suzanne, to make sure, hey, do you want to include this or not? It's not like we just automatically do the work.
Okay.
That's your question.
So it had to be fixed. You didn't need to ask us because it had to be fixed. It wasn't like you can live without it.
Yeah, and there's certain discretion that I guess I have if, and again, this all comes back to being efficient with your dollars.
Yeah.
But if there's something like that where, there's, hey, we don't have conduit here, okay, throw it in, because if we wait, then
delays.
It delays, and
Yeah.
everybody leaves, and then everybody comes back. So if it's something, I'd say smaller, not a big dollar issue, I'll tell them to do it. That's something that if I make a decision that I don't run up the flagpole, that's something that I take out of contractor contingency as, hey, this has to happen, and we just are doing it, and that's sort of our discretion. And again, this all kind of gets back to, let's try to be as efficient as possible and spend as few dollars as we can,
Right.
so.
Okay, yeah, and when I read over the contract, to me, it read that no money is spent in a change order until it's approved. So maybe that was my error, like
wanna-
drinking out of a fire hose
Can
right
I-
now as a new board member, so
I
I
wanna
appreciate you.
clarify the difference, and again, this is somewhat semantics, but, so when we say change order, we've had one change order on the project. It was $0, and it was for dealing with all this weather, so it pushed our date back because we had a bad winter. So, again, a change order is what changes the actual contract. That's what the contract value we started with is what we have right now.
Okay.
So what we call these contingency draws.
Okay.
So, if there's ever a real change order that is gonna change the overall contract, that's something that's gonna get presented, it's gonna get signed off on before we do any of the work. So, these contingency draws are all things that, even usually the owner contingency draw, if there's a CM contingency draw, that's a contractor thing, usually I'm pushing subs to do it, and then I send it in and say, talk about it if we need to talk about it. Owner contingencies, there are times when it will proceed if we have a conversation and it, we'll go on a verbal or whatever, but normally owner contingencies, we send it to BLDD, they sign off on it, we send it to Suzanne and Chris, they sign off on it, and then we go. So, yeah, I guess.
Thank you for explaining that process.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Mhm.
Yeah, the actual.
So change order,
Yes.
you can think of all of these things as change orders, but really they
No,
they
yeah,
haven't
if it's a
changed.
contingency
Right.
draw.
Got it. No, that's
important
helpful.
to know.
That's helpful.
Thanks for fielding all of our questions. I know we didn't have a lot.
Anytime,
Thank you.
anytime.
You say that, you didn't know that you were gonna get invited to the podium at 10:30. You're like, anytime before 9 PM? Yeah, okay. But we do appreciate you coming in. Thank you for your patience. And I look forward to the, project update. If you have like the high level, not the 15-page one, if you have a high level one, like,
Yeah.
right, baseball done, when we think we're gonna get into science, whatever, like those sorts of things, and then we can just make sure the building committee folks get the, the bi-weekly or the weekly, whichever updates.
And a walkthrough will be scheduled soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys wanna walk through, just let us know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks so
Have a
much
good
for
night.
coming.
Thank you
We
so much.
appreciate it.
Okay. Does anybody need some beef jerky? Have some.
Let's keep rolling.
Okay, this is while we listen. All right, 8.2, Mrs. Keller, would you like to say anything more about the Gen Ed Advisory Committee other than a thank you, that it is a thing that exists?
The only thing I would say, we're not having this discussion tonight, it's too late, but I would like one of the things we talked about was potential agenda topics and what the members of the Gen Ed committee would like to talk about. I would like in June for you guys to come back, because that is an advisory committee to the school board. What would the board like, and the administrators too, not just the board, but what would you guys like to see that committee discuss? So think about that and actually tell me in June, it's too late to talk about tonight.
Thank you for the,
And we're not meeting again until September, it meets quarterly, so you've got lots of time.
Thank you for the heads up, Dr. Graff. Ms. Keller, did you have anything else on 8.2?
No, we did have our insurance committee
Oh,
meeting the
that's
last
good.
night, so, and, which was very productive as well. And I know we're gonna talk about the insurance, but I don't know if there's anything, Chris and Mr. Carney, that you wanted to add
Did you want
there.
me to give a little report about it?
That'd be great.
We had a insurance committee meeting, this is health insurance, and I just wanna maybe update the board about the discussion. In short, Health Alliance, which is the district's healthcare provider, is essentially not gonna be available, winding down operations. They're not gonna be around as of December 31st. It didn't make sense to use them for the stub school year. So 3 brokers, Dr. Kaler spent a lot of time, reached out to different brokers and also pools, looked at different pooling options. And at the end of the day, 3 brokers presented the proposals. It's a very difficult situation just because, like the price of eggs, the price of insurance is going up. And it presents a significant challenge to our staff and the administrators and our budget because the reality is the costs are going up. I wasn't fully aware, but I learned essentially the school district pays 95% of the cost of healthcare for a single teacher or staff member, but the cost of if you have a family or a parent with their kids, the amount over that beyond the single parent is borne by the faculty member. So in short, there were three proposals. It appears that the strongest proposal was presented really by, I have some notes. Blue Cross Blue Shield was really recommended by all 3 brokers. The comments and the feedback that the district got is that the faculty would really like to look at a 4-tier system. So it's a single person, a parent plus
Employee plus 1, so be a spouse.
Yeah.
Employee plus dependent, so no matter how many children somebody has, and then full family.
Yeah. The committee asked all sorts of great questions about preventive care, how it was covered. A big concern, obviously, in this community is the providers like Springfield Clinic. Are they in network? How is that handled? And all of the plans had different iterations. The focus of the district was to find a plan that would encompass as in-network all of the local hospitals, Memorial, Springfield Clinic, and also, which I thought was very impressive, also thinking of Barnes and Northwestern Med for specialty needs that are also part of that. So I was incredibly impressed with that. Talks about preventive care, colonoscopy, mammography, et cetera, is 100% covered on the plans. One issue, and there were some faculty in the room that were represented, which was great. They provided feedback that the family plan, in particular, is very expensive. It's about $2,600 a month under the plans, and it's just a tremendous cost. So as families are
That's just to them, or that's in totality?
That's the total cost.
Okay, so.
And take $800 roughly, $700-800 off of that, which would be their cost, because the single plan is roughly $800 a month.
Board paid.
Yeah. So it's a significant cost. So they asked if the district could provide the information to the employees as soon as possible, so they can evaluate if there are different options that might be more appropriate for their family. We also looked at getting some additional options for deductibles. So I think the plan would be to present 4 different options and probably use Troxel is the thinking.
Yeah, the big thing right now, we needed to move forward and make the recommendation to get approval tonight to move forward with Troxel. And then work with them to come up with the plans. The big thing that we want is provide multiple options for our employees so they choose what's best for them.
Okay, and so a couple questions. One, Troxel is the insurance broker that the district has
Yes.
used for 100 years, right?
Yes.
We went and got other ones and looked at them all together, correct? Okay, 3.
And there was 4 of us that met with all 3 brokers. It wasn't just,
Right.
it was a small group of us.
Great,
that met.
who were those 4?
Suzanne, myself, Carrie, because of her years of doing the payroll, and then Mandy Childress, who does our payroll. And
Current
benefits
payroll.
now.
Okay.
And that's why we had those 4 meet with the brokers. All the brokers, when they go out at one time, they get the same prices.
Right.
So then it comes down to the quality of the service that we've gotten. We didn't have complaints on the service that we received from Troxel, which is the big thing that pushes us towards.
And they're a local
They're a local
local
broker.
company, okay. And then, ad hoc committee, you referenced something about represented staff. Who all made up remind me who all made up the ad hoc committee, please?
Sure, you want me to tell you the staff members' names?
Well,
just the
or
positions?
categories of humans.
Sure, so there were 3 certified staff members, 1 support personnel, 1 board member, myself, and Chris.
Okay, and that was
And
a.
what I missed? Oh, yeah, administrator.
Oh, an
Kim was-
administrator,
yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
And that was a marked difference from how the district has moved forward with selecting insurance in the past, is that correct?
So,
It's been a long time since insurance has been looked at. We've had Health
It's
Alliance
been a long
for
ago, right?
18 years.
Even longer.
Even longer. So it's been a long time since we've done this. And this is a different procedure than how it was been done. It has been bid through Health Alliance and through Troxel, but actually bringing in multiple brokers. Basically, it's a good business practice to make people sharpen their pencils.
Correct.
Yeah, I would say, and I don't have an expertise in the healthcare, but having the multiple brokers who are the experts present the side-by-sides, I thought was really helpful. And then in the room, having kind of the school district's medical experts in there that are the ones that naturally deal with questions that the staff have was very helpful. And it was a very robust discussion. And it was pretty clear that kind of what the final decision should be to go with Troxel, the way they did the opportunities. The choices seemed best, and making some modifications. They've already responded today, like, hey, here are some other options. I think that'll put the district in the position to communicate to the staff what the options are, and Troxel, importantly, has committed to, being available to do in-person, online training, so that staff members over the summer that have concerns, and some understandably do, that they'll have time to evaluate other options that they may have and communicate it. There was some concern that, in past years, they get the information too late to make other plans for their family.
Right.
So one thing I think that's important is to accelerate that timeline.
Agreed.
And give them the information even as early as June if possible.
Yeah.
With June and July in the meeting, so we're not getting into the beginning of the school year, which is mid-August.
Troxel did commit to putting out bullet point of all the different options that we allow in June. In July, having those meetings, because if somebody wants to look at doing dependent care and, through this, and then their spouse doing through the marketplace, July is the time that they need to make that decision. That gives them that time to make those decisions.
Right.
Sorry, just one more, just so I understand the process here. So all the brokers that we encountered are all recommending Blue Cross Blue Shield?
Yes.
And the brokers are then facilitating the programs that Blue Cross Blue Shield has, and their broad responsibilities are communication around it, structuring what specific we're getting out of the insurance that Blue Cross is providing, et cetera.
Yeah,
So
and
we're gonna go with Blue Cross no matter what, because that's it, and then it's just a broker decision at that point.
It's our decision to make, but it's their recommendation to us as they evaluate all of them.
I just mean that everybody recommended Blue Cross,
Yes.
so there's really no question on that.
Yeah.
No, and they provided us the information of other providers.
Yeah.
And it wasn't comparable.
Okay.
Some of them, the cost became too high. Some of them were providing like very limited networks,
Services, yep.
things like this.
Okay.
How long, is that something that the broker would then, like, so today the board action request is to move forward, yes, to, a motion to move forward with Troxel to finalize and move quickly. Okay, yes, that's the action item that is at issue. And then questions about, how that shakes out, that will come from their recommendation to us.
So what we'll do is next we'll work together. We'll come up with the options of plans. It's a fixed amount of money that the board is on for, but we want to provide our employees as many options as possible.
Yep.
We can provide up to 6. Really, you're splitting hairs there. 3 to 4 is what they recommend as the max.
Yeah.
So 2 of them are broad PPOs. One has a lower deductible, one has a higher deductible, which then brings the premiums down.
Yeah.
One is a kind of a hybrid where it's a 3-tier system. There's a in-network preferred, in-network non-preferred. That's where Springfield Clinic sits. And then there's the out-of-network. So that's an option for somebody that doesn't doctor or do anything with Springfield Clinic. as a way to have a lower deductible and a lower premium at the same time.
Okay.
So then there's a fourth one where Springfield Clinic is just flat out, but that's something, a choice, and we're gonna make sure that that's clearly communicated in that, and we wanna see those documents before they get pushed out to the staff.
Correct.
So that we make sure it's not a confusion piece.
Right.
And if it is, who do they go to answer that question?
Right.
And so I've worked with Joe, I emailed him last night before I even left here after the meeting, and said, these are the communication pieces we're going to need help with. I'm not an expert in insurance.
Yeah.
My job is to make sure I put those people in front of our staff, and that they can have those individual meetings, so they can have those discussions.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I want to stress, I mean, one challenge when I talked about the price of eggs, I mean, Health Alliance, if we were able to stay with them, their prices are going up dramatically.
Yes.
And so that's the, I think, change management piece. It's about a 15%
Yeah.
increase from last year. And that work was to try to get the best price. The pricing across
Yeah.
really all the brokers, the pricing was the same, but it is higher than it has been this year. And that's a frustration, I know, for the staff. It was a frustration for the people that met, but it's not something that the district can influence. I think they've taken all of the steps. We're looking at a higher deductible to give families a choice if that works better for them, but obviously paying a higher deductible, it's more, it's not catastrophe coverage, but
Yeah.
you're paying more out of pocket till you hit the benefits. A couple other things I want to highlight. The dental and vision coverage will be through Blue Cross Blue Shield is the plan, and it'll be about the same price that exists today, so there's not going to be a meaningful change. I think we're all familiar with the FSA cards some of us have through our employers. The school had a different kind of reimbursement system, and we're working to have kind of the FSA debit cards, which will be a lot easier. The program in the current contract, the thinking is to enter into a 2-year contract and limit the increase to 12.5% a year over year, so that there's a cap if experience is negative, that it'll be limited at that amount. As we stress, I mean, that Springfield Clinic being in network is a hot button issue in the community, and that's something that the team really focused on. And they provide some services that I think a lot in the community value, so we wanted to make sure that was an option.
Thank you so much for your work on that, and thank you so much for hearing from staff, right? I am also a 21-year Health Alliance member that has until the end of the month I now am getting emails every other day. You have still not elected. You have still not elected. You have still not made your choice, Lady Pants. So I understand the struggle that comes with that, and I appreciate that. My little fingers crossed question was for what we were looking at for length of contract. I appreciate the 2 years. Anybody else have any other questions on insurance?
One thing I would love to say that it's gonna be a long term, but I think with this, the nature of insurance, it's gonna be one of those things that we're gonna be pushing our broker to bid it on a regular basis.
Yes. No,
It
absolutely.
might not be every year, but every 2 to 3.
1000%.
Full bid process.
1000%. Yep.
That doesn't mean the full bidding, the RFQ for the broker, RFP
All
for
the
the
things,
broker.
yeah. Well, yeah,
But
but
bidding
right.
within there for the best carrier
Yeah.
for us.
And what action does the board need to take?
Oh, nothing, I don't think.
That's down to new business.
Oh,
We haven't
okay.
got there.
oh
Okay.
darn, okay. Discussion and possible, okay, so thank you so much, board committees. Well, that, when we get to that item, it'll go really quickly.
Yes.
Okay, discussion and possible approval of draft fee schedule 526. Okay, cognizant of time, is that an action item that needs to be undertaken in May?
We could wait if you want to. So we just made updates to it.
I
based
do
on the
appreciate the
feedback we
updates.
Provided last
Yep.
time.
Yep.
I saw it.
So, but it's up to you all if it's something you wanna.
Does that put the district in a
I
position?
don't believe it would if we'd have to do it in June.
June would be the
It's-
latest.
yeah.
Correct, no, understood.
Online registration will be starting before anything in the future.
And we
Oh,
just
right,
wanna
right. Yep,
communicate
yep,
with
yep.
families and
Understand.
prepare.
Yep. Anybody have any thoughts or opinions on that?
If possible, to delay that so we could have a more proper discussion, especially Amy was, had some thoughts around that I really appreciated. I would
Yeah.
prefer just waiting if we could.
Yep, okay.
I appreciate the work, though.
Yes.
No, it does,
Yes.
it's certainly steps in the right direction, I
And I like the
appreciate it.
highlights,
Oh,
so it's easy to see.
yeah, yeah, right, where are the changes? Okay, Mr. Kaler, my question when, in my brain, when I was not sitting up here was, is there a dollar amount that the district is hoping to, do we have a target dollar amount? It's a matter of how we slice and dice the fees and the expectations of ticketing and events and that sort of thing in order to reach that amount? Or is,
I've never thought about it that way.
okay.
I look at the individual courses and the expenses for those courses.
Okay.
To where, yes, we know we have to pay different books and things, but the consumable things that are required.
Yep.
I'm just gonna use the perfect example because it happened last week. I got a call from the junior high, they needed more frogs for a dissection lab. Okay, that's a consumable, you have to buy that every
Yeah,
single
right.
year. It's not like an ongoing thing that you
Okay.
can budget for. This is something that those classes specifically need.
Okay, that's helpful because, if, for example, it was a, registration fees cover these following items and these following items that we do every year, or that we have every year, or we do whatever, have the price of those has increased, therefore we need to cover it in some way
And
by
that's-
this one page, rather than
that's
just
part of
generally eggs are more expensive.
Yeah, that's part of it, is that, so for example, our life skills classes at the high
Yep.
school where they do the cooking, food
Mhm.
costs have gone up, we all know that.
Mhm.
That's where we gotta cover that.
Okay.
You know? And we're not trying to profit, we're trying to cover the expense.
Right. Well, I mean, right, but
Well,
yes, understood. There's covering specific class expenses plus kind of the other understanding of bucket of
Yes.
things that are covered. Okay, yeah, so I would probably not call for a motion. I would wait to discuss when we have more time and when Amy's here, unless anyone thinks
it-
differently.
And it will be done.
No later than June.
Yes, absolutely.
No later than,
Done in
no later than June.
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much. Board of Education meeting schedule, when we met in closed session to evaluate ourselves, we did decide to stick with the third Wednesday. I did double check. There are 2 August meetings, as we have done in recent years, neither of which is the first week of school.
And that first August meeting is really, it's a business focus, basically
Right.
to put the next year budget on display.
Put the budget on display.
Okay.
But yes, okay, so it's August 6th and 20th. I looked, the last meeting on the agenda is the April 15th, that we have scheduled is the April 15th. And at that April 15th meeting, we will be looking forward to the upcoming year.
Yeah.
We will just be careful there in May.
Not too long.
Does anybody have any other questions about any questions, suggestions, edits? Cool, all right, do I have a motion to approve the Board of Education meeting schedule for the 25-26 school year?
I'll make the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mrs. Seaton, do your thing, please.
Mrs. Lamontagne?
Yes.
Mr. Carly?
Yes.
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Mr. Childs?
Yes.
Mrs. Curley?
Yes.
Dr. Graff?
Yes.
I just wanted to maybe add a comment about the scheduling, that as we think about the committees, I would, and the transparency to the community, there's been some comments about the committees. One thing I would love to work with the board to think about the committee structure, and whether it's a committee lead or a committee chair, that they work with the appropriate staff member to put together an annual schedule that we could publish to the community for those.
That's a great idea.
But I don't know, we need to have discussion tonight, given the hour, but I'd love to think about, and I don't know if there needs to be, but I'd love to have that schedule and publish that.
Well,
So I thought about that more in the context of the first committee meeting, you set the schedule for the next one. It doesn't necessarily have to be so prescriptive as the third Wednesday of the month, but at least have some sort of forward thought about that, and we could discuss whether it makes sense to have a full-on schedule. I'm all for it,
Yeah.
so, yeah,
So-
I like it.
When you were busy being stock exchange famous, which was very impressive, sir, thank you for gracing us with your presence. We also shared that, so I'm glad to hear it. That was another thing, so that folks understand that, oh, it's about time. I should kind of have in your mind, oh, it's about time for a building committee meeting, right? If that's the thing that interests you. But that is very, that is certainly something that we can talk about
Well, and Mrs. Keller's
Yep.
putting together, because I'm bragging about you for this, the big calendar has everything on it.
Yeah, that would be
And she's working on
wonderful.
it, and then we can add that to that.
That would be
Just make
wonderful.
me excited, sorry.
And then
I'm telling
on
everybody.
one place. I
It's a whole
know.
administrative team, and Carrie gets it started.
Oh,
and
everybody, okay.
it's a
I'll
whole- it's a
give
whole
credit
group.
to
I don't
everybody,
wanna-
Uh-huh,
but you
but
told
then-
me about it, so I always throw it to you.
But we're gonna make it available to human beings in a one click.
Yes, yes, so
I would
that
add on my,
one look
on
and
my summer
everything.
to-do list, the litany of things I have is to go through that major event calendar and put all of that information into the district's website calendar.
Yeah.
All of that will be.
1000%.
So that's
One
That's
place,
on my summer.
one place,
Just
one
on
place.
vacation.
Yes, okay, excellent. At the time of 11:16 PM, we have moved to new business. Yes, so discussion and possible approval of the draft district strategic plan. Even before I knew that this would be brought up at 11:16, I was thinking of asking for us to take more time with the strategic plan and discuss it in June. It is the board's mission and vision for the community, that we're so thankful that the community met, weighed in, reviewed, all of those things. But without Mrs. Reynolds here, it feels weird. And I personally want a little bit more time with it. I don't know where anyone else is. Do we have a strong feeling?
I'm supportive of that as well.
Yeah. Mrs. Keller, thank you for
Yes.
getting it all together and presenting it to
Yeah.
us in May like you had said you were going to.
Thank you.
So I want that recognized and,
Yeah.
unforeseen circumstances, I think that we should
Thank you.
wait.
I appreciate that. And I will say a big shout out to the administrators and the community that came together and the students and, all of that feedback was so critical to get to what, is there this evening.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. That means we're.
The fact that it exists is still an
Hey.
extraordinary
Yep.
effort, 2.5 years in the making. Thank you so much for that. Okay, 9.2, discussion and possible approval of the food service RFP.
Hey, just like we talked about, I know some of you were not on the board in November when we figured this out, but there was some language in the previous RFP for the junior high and high school food service that had confusion whether it was a national school lunch program or not. Talked to the attorneys, the best procedure was to move forward with a full new RFP. We had 2 companies bid on this. One is Organic Life, one is Airmark. Airmark is who we have at the elementary campuses. Financially, they're very close to each other. Couple things I have some questions on, but we have not had problems with Airmark, and the idea of having 2 food service managers is a concern to me. If we bid it the full process out again, and Organic Life was to win the entire process, that's different, but running 2 different ones is something that's gonna be hard. I'm still trying to figure out some of their math on that, one of their, the proposal from Organic Life.
Okay, so this is just junior high, high school. then.
Just junior high, high
Okay, I didn't catch that. I'm glad you said
Yeah,
that. I missed
And,
that.
and what are the contract timing? We did elementary earlier.
So, we did elementary last year. It is a 1-year contract, and then you can extend it for up to 5 years before you have to bid it out. The high school, because the junior high and high school, both, because they're not part of the National School Lunch Program, are not bound by those rules. So we can bid that every year. We can bid it only when we bid the main one, and then just keep extending with the same food service. It's, the rules are really tight on the National School Lunch Program, but not, we have more flexibility at the junior high and high school, because that campus is not part of the National School Lunch Program.
Real quick, and I do agree with the continuity of having the same person, but if by chance at some point we did decide to switch, all of our cafeteria employees are Aramark employees, so
Yes.
we would lose all of them, essentially, or?
So, that's something we would have to really work with them on and say, hey, we wanna keep all of our employees, the people that
Right.
we have here.
Yeah.
It's no different than if you outsource, the first time you outsource custodians, transportation, they have first right to those
Right.
positions.
Right, okay.
So, how long is the contract in force for the elementary today?
It's just for next year. Each year we have to renew it.
But that's already done. There's
Yes.
no changing that one. It's only changing. So if we wanted to providing continuity between everything, next year would be the year to potentially do that and put the whole RFP out.
You can do it next year, or you could do it you can extend it up to 5 before you're forced to put the RFP out.
Right. If next year we said we wanted to look at doing
Options, yeah.
another
Yeah, something
option,
else for
look at this
everybody.
organic life, but we want it to be the same across all campuses, next year is as soon as we can do that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And if you want to do that,
Okay.
I need to know that in probably September.
Okay.
Because
okay.
that bid process is huge.
For the National School Lunch
Yes.
Program with all the different pieces of a public, full federal letting, okay.
I mean, I certainly want to do a more comprehensive review of a couple of these things. I think it's just, you know, we all look at the menus and things like that, and we want to say, what other options are available? I think we want to do that, but maybe for the
For
purpose, since we
tonight.
can't get it across all
Yeah.
campuses, maybe that makes sense to go with Aramark again for a year, and then next year we take that approach.
And now for national school lunch programs, we've got some new rules from the state that came out so next year we have to have student and parent committee on menus. So that actually we'll get to try some different foods. I know they already did that, and they've got some surveys that they've done with students. I think it was at RIS. What did they like? What did they not like out of some things that they tried? I haven't seen the survey, quite honestly. I see that they've got menus. I see that they meet the requirements.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they're meeting the requirements of the contract. That's my concern.
Right.
Yep.
And the other thing that I've seen is by revenue, they're tracking where we have been. So it's not like we're seeing a decline in use.
Right.
Good, okay. Good
That
call.
is,
Yeah, thank you.
Just cafeteria food and whatever, that was something that Jen had brought up as a possible topic, so that may be something that they could talk about in September is when
Sure.
their next meeting.
Like I said, if we
so.
decide to bid it out, that's fine. I just need to know early because
Yeah.
it is a monster of a bid process.
Let's make sure that we at least put that somehow on the agenda as it comes a little bit closer to time if we want to
Right.
actually pursue that.
Yeah.
Okay, is there a motion? Thank you so much. Is there any other discussion?
So is the recommendation, is that what we're getting ready?
Yeah, the recommendation, so
recommendation
the
is
motion
here.
I would ask for is a motion to approve the food service RFP, which would be the junior high, high school
Yeah.
for Aramark.
Yeah.
For continuity with it to be considered, in the fall.
And just for clarity, I put both of their financial pages in.
Yeah,
that, so
yeah,
you
yeah.
can
I
see
appreciated
that.
that,
all that,
yes,
yeah.
I appreciated that.
Is there a
I
motion?
interrupted you, I'm so sorry.
No, sure. Is there a motion to approve the food service RFP, Aramark response or their bid for the junior high and high school food service?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Go ahead.
I'll second that.
Okay.
I'll third it.
Okay, we'll third it up. You can we'll all third whenever Mrs. Seaton calls our name.
Mrs. Lamontagne?
Yes.
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Mrs. Curley?
Yes.
Mr. Childs?
Yes.
Dr. Graff?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Okay, moving on. For discussion and possible approval of a communication program, Parent Square, Mrs. Keller.
Thank you.
Am I dividing and conquering? Am I taking half of these my way?
So that's just
Okay.
some information. It's like a buyer's guide for someone that's looking at
Okay.
the communication program.
Thank you. Do you want to take one and hand one down to Erin? You know how much I enjoy paper.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
So I wanted to share with you, Mrs. Flynn, our Director of Technology, has spent a great deal of time working to identify a communication program for the district. And the district has received feedback over time from stakeholders related to the fact that we currently have teachers, coaches, sponsors that are all using a variety of tools to communicate with families. And the district, of course, has no control over that. So, people are using what they like. However, from year to year, kiddos are moving classrooms, they have different coaches, everyone uses something different. So we are looking to streamline this by providing one program platform for everyone to utilize. So that would include teachers, that would include coaches and sponsors. With that, I wanted to share too something that Mrs. Flynn was so kind enough to outline was that if a teacher or coach leaves, we are not able to shut down the access to the account that they've created, and that people can continue to communicate using that platform. because the families have shared their personal information. So this, again, there's a safety piece to that too. And then if something inappropriate occurs on one of those random platforms that's being used, of course, we don't have access to get that information. Just so you all know, we have done demonstrations with our district administrative team, as well as building administrative team. And then we also did a demonstration with our curriculum and instruction council. And then last night, Tuesday night, Monday night, all my nights were together. Monday evening during our JED Ed Advisory Council, we had a very wonderful discussion related to that. People posed extremely important questions, which also helped me for this evening too, I feel like, because a number of things people wanted clarification on. So with that, I wanted to highlight just some more information that Parent Square can offer our staff the opportunity to post videos as well as the district, pictures, be able to message. It is a two-way communication platform if desired, but it can be turned off. We are able to direct message families, small groups can be created, or individuals. So even, for example, we had discussed the other night, even at the high school, a teacher could have a group for each of those classes that they teach. It's important to note that our data to be able to communicate with families would come from Skyward. And so something, if we move forward with this and you all were to approve us moving forward, then something we need to reiterate to families is that when you complete online registration in July, that you are making sure your data is absolutely clean, so your numbers are correct, all that good stuff. That way, accurate communication is happening.
Will you
then.
say that one more time for me? I'm so sorry.
Sure. So in order to create groups in this platform, they are able to then work with Skyward to pull those phone numbers and everything, so it's populated then. But our families, when they go through online registration, they need to make sure the information that they provide the district is accurate.
Right.
So if they've changed a phone number or even an email address, they just really, or sometimes, I know I've done it where I've hit the wrong letter or number as I'm typing an email address, so just really making sure to communicate with families about the importance of double checking your information just so we make sure we're accurate. With Parent Square 2, it would provide us with data, so we know if people aren't getting the messages that they should be getting. Go for it.
I was also going to clarify too, one of the other things that this platform does that our Skillshare is what I use primarily for all communication, district text, things like that. One thing that this platform does, which is a great asset to the district, is that if there's a tornado warning and all of your students are hunkered down, that in that kind of situation, we have the ability, every user has the ability to set their preferences, so if they want to opt out, they don't receive all the text. But when we have situations like we had yesterday, we have the ability to push through and override, so to speak, that, so that those communications, even the families who opted out because they're getting too many texts or whatever, they know that their kid is safe. They know where to go to get their kid if something were to happen.
Or they forgot they opted out.
It just helps us to have another layer, and that is something that Apogee does not offer. If you opt out through Apogee, which is Skillshare, if you opt out through them, you're out. And so if there was an active shooter, those families would have no idea on where to go for a reunification process. They would have no idea or any contact way that we could reach them through our platform. Parent Square helps us greatly in that scenario to help our students be safe.
Would a Parent Square implementation replace Thrillshare?
So for pushing out communications, yes, but right now we use Apogee, which is Thrillshare that's our website. I will tell you that Parent Square does offer a website piece, so we're not at a point yet where we can do a communication program and a new website all at the same time, but I think it would be important for us to explore our options moving forward. So that's something that we've had discussions about, so.
Awesome, good to know. The other question that I had about the communication plan was, okay, so two things on this buyer's guide. Is Parent Square a yes to all of these, and that's why they
Right,
ask you to ask?
yeah.
Okay. because I was looking for my, essentially, this yes, no is really like an FAQ, right? Like a yes, it does.
Exactly.
Because my question was about if we have a district app, like communication app within the context of like extracurriculars, for
Yes.
example, would it serve as a safeguard in kind of the same way that our guardian or whatever does, such that if,
Guardian?
or whatever, if there
Yeah.
was, would it catch inappropriate communications that group me or something wouldn't?
It's my understanding it does, but
Yes,
correct me
my
if I'm wrong,
understanding is
so.
yes, that it does. And the other great thing that this does too is because this is built around school communications, is that any communication done through this is saved and accessible. So that way, if there is inappropriate something going on or things being said, we have access to it to protect our kids.
Okay.
To go back and to find that information in that conversation.
So,
And they save that information. There's a limitation on the time frame, but they said they were flexible with how long they would store the information for us. But that was one of the concerns we did bring up, is being able to have access.
So like if we got a complaint that something hanky was going on, we could immediately go to
Correct.
the,
Yes.
okay.
I like that.
Sorry, say that part again in terms of like what functionality that serves.
So I'm a coach.
Yep,
A kid sends me an inappropriate picture.
yep,
That gets reported.
yep.
The board can ask the administrators, me.
It
Suzanne,
stores
to
that
go in
communication piece.
And pull it.
Gotcha,
So
okay.
that way you can see it. Apogee does not do that. So Class Dojo and the other things they do also, I don't know where that information goes. I don't know where it is. This, we know where the information goes.
Okay.
So would this also replace, like, for those who are using, like, would they have to give up? Some people really love their Class Dojo, I
Yes.
guess, but, okay.
The- We would set goals communication-wise for implementation and adoption by the district.
Right.
With the eventual goal of 100% adoption of all
Okay.
of our programs, but this would be the primary communication tool for every kid.
It's certainly from like a risk, privacy, being able to look at if there's a problem, like this makes tremendous sense and everyone using the same. The only question is does it have the features, tools, ease of use, and the change management might be hard if it's not a positive tool, and I don't have the view, but I absolutely love the concept of having a common tool that the administrators can access to make sure that, communication's appropriate and there has, I mean, when staff members move on and they still have access to it, there are challenges with that, so I really like this approach.
I would also share as well, so I am part of the National School Public Relations Association, and I participate in cohorts and conversations about communications and how schools are doing it. This is one of the leading products that everybody raves about across the country, and that they greatly appreciate how it's enhanced communications within their districts. From giant school districts with 15 high schools all the way down to our size.
Yeah.
They all have raved about it and love how it has enhanced their communications and enhanced those kinds of things, the safety precautions surrounding our students as well.
Well, and I think it was brought up during Gen Ed too, that there's a student so that it would allow our students to communicate. And then something else that I found also at the Gen Ed meeting when I was looking that I really liked is it would allow teachers, or I was really thinking like our support staff who may not be in their office but need to call a student, or a student reaches out, has like a virtual phone number option, so that they, you're not handing out your cell phone number to students if you need to call somebody.
Yeah.
So that was something else I saw that I really liked about it.
I was going to ask the question and then I see it here. FERPA, the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, is longstanding, but my understanding is the SOPA, Student Online Personnel Protection Act, is newer, and this meets that criteria that information is safe. I don't know if Class Dojo, it could group me, I don't know, but we know with this one product, it does meet those requirements.
This is
So,
FERPA, COPA, and Ed Law 2D compliant.
yeah.
I mean, all of the states are compliant.
It's got all of them.
I like it from a compliance.
Thank you for bringing that up too.
Sorry, one more question on this one too, because I like the continuity, the concept and everything else, but what costs are we gonna avoid and what costs are we gonna have with this?
Yeah.
Sure, so, for next, so 1 year, basically they do their pricing that it's per student. So when they quoted us, they were looking at, 1,950 students at $4.25 a student. That's after they provide us with a 15% discount. So for the first year, it would be $8,287.50. I do want to point out, whenever we, join a partnership with a company that has some sort of dashboard, if there's some setup that goes along with it, there's that initial setup fee that goes along with joining a company. The initial setup fee or district onboarding, this one-time upfront cost would be $1,320. That's a flat rate, and they are providing us with a 12% discount there, it's noted. One of the biggest things, so you have an idea of what that onboarding includes. It's coordination between parent square implementation, points of contacts, creation and configuration of the site, data migration and review of staff, student, parent, and roster data. There'll be digital training opportunities, including recurring webinars, digital training modules and videos, access to a resource kit, best practice materials, and ongoing support for admin as well. So that's the biggest thing we've talked about. So it's not just our staff and our administration, they're gonna need support. If you all were to approve this, our families are gonna need support and to learn, how do I use this?
Right.
So that's something we've spent a great deal of time discussing, is what could that look like? Our hope would be if we're able to move forward with this and you all are open to approving it, then we move pretty quickly to figure out what opportunities can we provide to educate everyone, to feel comfortable using this going into the next school year. And then just know then that cost goes up slightly each school year. So, year 2, right now they've quoted us $4.50, and year 3, it goes up to $5. Again, I told everyone, I think the other night too, it's kind of one of those things, every year we have conversations with the companies too, and what can you do for us as far as,
It's like, cause that doesn't make, it doesn't make sense that training costs would go up when presumably the number of humans that would need training, if it is in fact let's see what's going on with the district today.
So really, that's the platform use, and what we would have access to is that per student cost each year.
Yeah,
The
that's
flat
what
fee
goes
is
up.
just that initial onboarding setup cost that'll happen, so.
Yeah, I don't like the accelerator cost on that, just
Yeah.
because it's like, oh, once we got you in, it's hard to get
Yeah.
out, we're gonna jack it out. Like,
Sure.
Is this an onboard product or a Google product or
No, it's
Microsoft?
its own dashboard. Parent Square is its own dashboard and app that we would have access to.
Whose dashboard?
That's an online platform that you go to. So like Google is an online platform, right?
Yeah.
So they have all different options. So
did
Parent Square is that same
Did they
way.
approach us or did you approach them? or-
So, our Director of Technology has done a lot of work to try to identify a communication platform for the district. A lot of research has been done. And so with that, then demonstrations were completed with different groups of stakeholders, and that's how we landed here today, to have the conversation
Mrs.
with
Flynn
you all.
also heard a lot of comments from staff.
Thank you.
To have a better communication tool for them to reach their families and their students' families. And so she spent a lot of time trying to find a product that would enhance and enable our teachers to be better communicators with their families and their students. And this is her best, this is the best product that she's been able to find.
Do we know that she reviewed others, or did she start at the, right, cause sometimes it's like, there is an industry leader, and you go to the
Right.
industry leader.
Right.
It's not ungodly expensive, it has a lot of things that we love, and a potential website, so let's go there. Or do we know whether it was like,
An RFP type project.
or even just an informal,
broader
grab a
review.
few,
Informally,
right?
she looked
Yep.
at those before
Look at
having
multiples.
bringing something to us. I do want to point out too, Aptigee that we currently use, now they're trying to get to where
Oh,
Parent
yeah.
Square is. And so we've had discussions about that because we wanted to make sure we were doing our due diligence there, so, yeah.
Sorry, so they had a release, and they brought in some things, and I even went to Mrs. Keller, and I said, these releases are very Parent Square-esque.
Yeah.
Now, we reached out to Apogee to get more clarification, because they teased another release coming this summer. I reached out to them and said, when's the release date for this? Would this be included in our contract, or would this be an additional cost? Because they have another platform called Rooms we've looked into, we don't like it. They couldn't give me any answers on that. They tried to reach out to me yesterday, but there was a tornado. And so I
Right.
wasn't in a situation to
Right.
talk to them. They have not reached back out since then. And so I wasn't overly excited about their transparency, or, in fact, when I reached out to the representative, he said, well, what updates are you talking about?
Oh.
And I pasted their release. They said, oh, yeah, I don't know anything about those. I'm like,
Right.
so your product support personnel don't know anything about this to help promote it? That was really disheartening and discouraging to me.
Yeah, so they're chasing
Chasing
it, but not in a spot.
They're reactive,
Mhm.
not proactive right now.
What's the cost avoidance when we get rid of that contract? And I recognize that we have some things that they're still gonna have to do for us. Are we still in for the full contract and just have to add this on top of it?
And what,
Or are we gonna
Great
avoid
question.
something with them?
That's a great question.
yeah, what goes away if we?
Yeah,
this?
like, I'd feel much better if you said, hey, we're gonna shed $5,000 and replace it with a
Well,
net 3
we have
ahead.
some
Like,
contracts
okay, I
that-
can deal with it, but
There's
I have a question.
several contracts that we're not renewing, so
Well-
I can't give you a straight answer on that.
Something I was just about to say is the thing in our packet says it has like online forms and surveys in the I mean, is that something we can use to collect information from families? Because I know in the past we paid quite a bit for, I believe, for Thought Exchange. Is that, I don't know if we're still paying, I think that's a yearly contract, like we dropped Thought Exchange, would this be something that we
Exchange is
could?
about $34,000 a year.
Right.
We've already looked at renewing that contract.
Right, so that's where I was kind of like, oh, this is way
and this,
cheaper. And these-
because if this replaces it, then it's a lot easier, more palatable to say.
Yeah, that's what.
34 goes
that's what I was
away,
trying to
8
jump-
is
Yeah,
placed.
that was my
That's
question.
pretty good to
one
me.
of several that we've already looked at and already contacted companies. to
Right.
say, "We're not renewing this contract."
Because that's what when I saw you could do online like surveys, that was my thought is, hey, we pay a lot for Thought Exchange, we could maybe collect data.
It's a really enhancement, I believe, for our staff.
Yeah.
Is permission slips are all done through Parent Square. So our parents can send out the permission slips, the parents can sign it, boom, send it right back to them, and they have it immediately.
I like that.
Or how about whenever your kid gets on the bus and says, oh my gosh, Mom, I forgot to ask you about then you're already at work.
Yes.
It's digital.
Asking for a
Your
friend.
signature, yes.
Or the-
Speaking as somebody who may have done that. may or may not have
Also-
done that.
Or the
Scheduling
The-
for,
the-
oh, go ahead.
The contracted price, does that reflect Smart Comms Pro, or 360?
Yeah, I can tell you what exactly it has to do with.
Because yes, I looked at that, whoever made the comment about that,
Okay,
that's
so,
pretty neat.
I don't wanna misspeak. So it would be universal research, so it's one-way notifications and urgent alerts, automated notices and attendance notifications, social and website sharing, student communication app, so that's the Student Square we mentioned, the true two-way, which includes the two-way SMS texting, two-way app and web messaging, two-way email replies, automatic language translation, newsletter design, appointment invitations and RSVPs. So no, like right now we use Skyward to do like parent-teacher conference scheduling. You could use this instead. Volunteering and signups. I know everybody has, intermediate school does a lot with signups. I don't know if it's Sign Up Junior or what they're using right now.
Yeah.
I can't remember
Sign
off the
Up
top of my head. I
Genius.
have too many things in my
A
head
lot
right now.
of, yeah. Sign Up
But
Genius.
Oh.
again, this is one stop that you could.
Concession stand, sign
Yeah,
up.
There you
Yes.
go. That's good. Yeah.
You may not get your kids' grades until you sign up for one
Or is it the Smart Comms?
varsity basketball concession stand.
In the packet, it lists I don't know which one it is, but it lists.
Was
that's what
it
she's
Smart
reading.
Comms or Smart Comms
Where did you
Pro,
stop,
it
Suzanne?
sounds
What's the
like?
last thing you said? Was the public community groups or was it custom roles and permissions?
I was at appointment invitations and ours.
Okay,
Oh,
go down
you're
to the
in a
next one.
different-
Nope, keep going. Admin intelligence and then,
Online forms and surveys, digital permissions.
Seems
Okay.
like that 'cause we
That's included?
would do
That
the
was- so
digital
we're in
thing.
either-
So that looks like either Smart Comms
Yeah.
Pro or 360.
yeah,
Then the only other difference is smart sites and virtual phone, which I think we're not getting, right? So.
Not right now, we're
So
not.
that would be,
Nope.
so it's the pro, it's the
the
middle
pro.
column, okay.
Thank you.
So I should have been looking at the same packet you were on.
No, that's great, I know, it's all right. No, it's all right, I'm like, just give me the boxes, give me them, I'm like, wait, let's compare. Let's compare, no, that's good, okay. How quickly do we need to?
Oh, can I tell you
Yes?
one other thing?
Uh-huh.
Also, it assists a district with FOIA requests. So
Oh.
if there's information that needs to be pulled, know that they will help us pull that information, so.
I know, Mrs. Seaton, you don't get a vote. Okay,
Yes. So I did want to point that out, so.
okay. Yeah, I mean, so, okay, I guess, is there any other discussion? So it is on the agenda as an action item, for, approval of that program at this.
Just real quick, are we
Yep.
approving a 1 year or
That
a
was
3
my
year? I know there was the
question.
steps, but are we approving for 3 years or 1 year?
So, I mean,
or-
it's up to you. We could go
Oh,
back
I
to them if you only want to do the one.
Yes,
Um,
Bob, do you have some
I
questions?
don't know that you,
Are we looking to approve this program?
Yes.
Yes.
So we're talking about.
Yep,
Just right out of the chute, with little or no research on it?
There's been a lot of research, and we've worked with 4 different
yeah,
peer groups to evaluate this and to get feedback and to give them an opportunity to ask those questions too. So we've done all of that work. Mrs. Keller has led that with
Yeah.
Mrs. Flynn, and I've been there just cheering along the way because it will help me in my job a lot. But we've had several of these meetings and given this company the requirement to talk to administrators, our principals, to talk to our teachers, to talk to, all of these things and to present it and answer any of the questions. So this is the culmination of months of those meetings that have already happened.
I would encourage us to be very careful about this, because there's all kinds of new programs, new companies starting up out there.
I think
And it's not very funny, but my wife was out yesterday when the storm passed through, and she was at Walmart. They literally herded everybody in the store into these storerooms, and spill over out in the aisles, and they made them stay in those rooms until the storm passed. So why did they do that? So if there's a building collapse, they know where to find all the bodies. They'll be in the same spot. It's not funny, but that's kind of what they're trying to get us to do for them.
So,
Does that make sense?
oh, no, I do, I understand what you're saying, so like, if we put all of our eggs in one basket, and our basket, the bottom falls out of it, then we're super screwed. The fact that this is both an industry leader, that our director of technology has been exploring these programs for 2 years, and that we have met with different levels of staff throughout the buildings, like, have been shown it. Now, nothing is the same as getting in and playing with it and all of those things.
And that we
It's
have
not new, it would just
Yeah.
be new to us.
And have enabled us as administrators to do that, and I've spent some good time fiddling. They opened up a
Yeah,
mock.
And I would say we have a challenge today that we have these
yeah,
different programs
Yes.
that, I'm not saying they're not compliant,
Yeah.
but given the evolving compliance landscape, this seems to solve, a pain point for the district.
The parents
so
on Gen Ed, I think, they were all for it. I think a couple of the teachers were a little more wary, just because, again,
They have
something
things
new.
saved
And I don't blame,
places,
yeah,
for
and
sure.
I even talked to a couple afterwards, and, but, I mean, I think it was very
So
well
it was
received.
It was well received.
It was
from
very well
parents.
received, and those who had
Obviously.
hesitations weren't like hard no, it was just like,
Of
okay, let's
course.
feel this out,
There's
which
a
is,
level
change is
of
hard, and
learning.
recognizing
Of
that change
course.
is hard, so I felt like it was very well received at Gen Ed.
hey, anybody wanna know, what year Jack Curley was in first grade and had Mrs. Reese as his teacher? It was 2019. Because in my remind that I just had to download while I was playing here, Jack had snack outside on May 30th of 2019. Oh, and look at me. I always had the fat girl emoji. I've only added my wrinkles. But it was, Mrs. Reese was one of the first teachers that Jack had that was very, well, I mean, it's first grade, but the Jack Orsam had that was really, I got pictures a lot, loved it. It was so, it was a really good thing. But guess what else I have in here? Junior high softball, the whole deal. My kid, Clement Moore both as a basketball person and as a PSR teacher, because it's not just school related. And high school softball that Sam has not played this year. So there is certainly an appetite, I think, or there is an opportunity to maybe streamline some of that stuff. I just deleted Class Dojo in the last 6 months. And I haven't had a kid in elementary for a long time. So with the, Bob, I think that you're not wrong in saying like, man, it better be good. I do think that we have gone to the fact that our technology team was kind of leading the research is helpful. The fact that it's an industry, that it is an industry leader, I think is a good thing. The fact that we have been crying out from the wilderness for better and more consistent communication and knowing where to flip and look for stuff. Those are all reasons that I would be a yes if we got a motion. So, and today my job is not to.
I'm saying is
Yep.
we need to be careful, really
Understood.
careful.
Yep.
So Bob, I think.
And there are gateways, a bridge, if you will, from one system to another. They talk to each other.
Oh,
So in one,
right.
They're transparent.
Yep.
So you start out in this, parent square, and it can talk to another one. But to the user, it's transparent. You don't know it.
Well,
think
it is, if you look at number 4, it's they are approved to keep data safe. They have met those requirements that are law.
It's one thing to keep data safe.
So they can't talk to each other. if
Well, they
they're
can to
keeping-
Skyward, right? So Skyward is also
Well, yeah.
in the same category. We have a few things that are in the same category. But coaches typically, why am I still on high school softball? Because Lindsay Howard is optimistic, right? And keeps us involved, but also because she is not wanting to reinvent the wheel every single year and kick off and start a new thread with 3 years worth of athletes that are still playing on some other something, right? So that's why these other things that are non-compliant, that's why they keep going. So the fact that we have a compliance system that does pull information from Skyward, which is the source of data that can pull stuff in, I think is meaningful, right?
Sorry, I know I've interjected a lot on
No,
this topic.
go ahead, please.
I appreciate it.
Please.
I also wanted to share that Cheryl was looking at these things when I joined the district about 2 years ago.
Oh, okay, that's helpful.
I approached her because after she had reached out to me about brooms, and I had approached her, she says, yes, I've looked into it extensively, and it's just not quite what we feel our district needs. That was about 2 years ago, and so Cheryl has been very consistent and thorough in her searches, and not just jumping the guns, saying, ooh, that's shiny, let's grab that. She's been very, very,
Okay, John, what were you looking at then? What platform were you looking at then?
So that was through Aptigee. That was in addition to Aptigee that they had reached out to me about.
An add-on to an existing.
And that Cheryl
resource.
had already investigated 2 years ago when I joined the district.
I'm not trying to criticize you.
No.
I've seen this stuff, oh, Lord. And there's vendors out there that want to sell that stuff to us.
Sure.
They just want to make a profit. They sell a product.
Yep.
After they've got it sold to you, I'll see you later. They gotta be able to provide support for this stuff. And software support, going for a premium price, and good software writers are hard to find.
And that's been one of the things that my peers in communications have said that they've been very good about, is that support.
That's a good point.
All right.
I'm just, my
No, I
experience is
appreciate it.
watch out.
No, I appreciate it. Well, and to that end, is there a motion, kind of thinking that, is there a motion to approve the use of Parent Square Communication Program? And if so, is that a time-limited motion? Do we have a direction to the district? Was the only other component that I was thinking about for that motion.
One last piece of this is assuming that we approve approve this, it seems reasonable. Let's continue to look for opportunities to cut other programs or contracts out that we can. The one that you referenced is a great example. Let's use this to its fullest extent so we can cut some costs out of the system.
Yeah, with that caveat, I'd make a motion to
Time
recommend.
sequence for this to transpire?
Yeah, I mean, with that caveat that we should look for opportunities to stop doing things that we can use this to replace, I'd make a motion to approve it for the 3-year contract as recommended by the team.
That's right.
Thank you.
So
I
you're
will
saying
second that.
Drop the one we got now and kind of migrate into the.
Well, to adopt this and then
Yes.
2-year period?
migrate off others.
Yeah.
It would be
Yeah.
3 years
3-year
for the
period.
pricing, yeah.
So,
How much is it gonna change in 3 years, John?
Yeah.
Huh?
Did you think that you'd ever hold the world in your hand?
Oh,
well, that's fair enough.
That's right.
True story.
You're absolutely right.
Okay.
Here today, gone tomorrow.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none, Mrs. Seaton, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Mr. Carly?
Yes.
Dr. Graff?
Yes.
Mr. Childs?
I'm hesitant, yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne?
Yes.
Mrs. Curley?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is first reading of updates and revisions to the Board of Education policies. Mrs. Keller, please go ahead and share any highlights you have from the most recent
Sure.
press update.
Okay, so we have a press update. I just want to highlight a couple things because basically what needs to happen, this is first reading this evening. What then I will be working to do is schedule a policy committee meeting between the next regular board meeting in June. So we'll have the opportunity to do a deep dive and discuss in more depth. I also have done a webinar related to this press update specifically. I did want to point out, it's on the second page of the update memo, just the Title IX reversion to 2020 regulations. So with a new president, things have changed and been reverted back to when President Trump was in office. So as you flip through this, you're going to notice there are a lot of updates and changes to Title IX. And they spent quite a bit of time on the webinar that I did, just kind of breaking that down and what that looks like. So I just wanted to point that out to you. There's a little summary on that second page, and then literally underneath that, you can see all of those, whether it's exhibits. So for those of you that it may be new, the exhibits are the ones noted with E's. The administrative procedures are APs, and regular policies do not have those delineations next to them.
I'm sorry, tell me what an E is again, remind me.
An exhibit.
Oh, an exhibit.
You got it.
Yep.
Just so when you're going through that,
Yeah.
kind of helps you
Uh-huh.
put things into silos. The other item I really wanted to make sure to point out, so when you go through this, there's a lovely, in the back, there's a revision to policies, administrative procedures, and exhibits. So it's kind of like a checklist. It's really easy to review. Again, you can easily scan down even that first page and see so many things that are related to Title IX. However, I wanted to point out there is a new policy. It's on page 11. It's policy 7255, students who are parents, expected parents, or victims of domestic or sexual violence. So it is a new board policy altogether. So I think there'll be some discussion related to that when we meet as a policy committee. So just to kind of draw your eye to that one specifically, because a great deal of time was spent on that as well. And that goes into that next page just because there are some administrative procedures related to that. So there are specific requirements as a district that we are going to have to make sure, of course, to have that discussion before anything would be approved, but also, once things, if we get to that point, things are approved, those are implemented, then with that, there's certain things as a district and timelines and with everything else that we do, that we have to make sure that people are educated about what that looks like. And so that's something that's running through the back of my head as I'm reviewing all these things too. Kind of big picture there. So those are some highlights I wanted to make sure to point out. And like I said, I'll be looking to schedule a policy committee meeting before our June regular board meeting and then bring this back for a second reading then.
Okay. Okey doke. Any questions on the first reading press updates? Okay. Oh, hey, look, 9-5, we're gonna be so fast. Approval of health insurance carrier. Is there any additional discussion than what we had with respect to the committees? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to approve Blue Cross Blue Shield as an insurance carrier with Troxel Insurance remaining as the agent?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mrs. Seaton?
Mr. Carly?
Yes.
Mrs. Valentine?
Yes.
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Mr. Childs?
Is that your recommendation?
Yes.
Yes.
Mrs. Curley?
Yes.
Dr. Grant?
Yes.
Excellent. 9.6, Mr. Kaler, can you talk to us about the custodial service Fourth Amendment?
ADM has provided the custodial services. It was bid out 5 years ago. You can go up to, or excuse me, 4 years ago, you can go up to 5 extensions. We don't have any reason not to look to renew that for an additional year. On year 5, we do have to go out to bid it again.
Notice the increases are 4.5% this year.
Yep.
They speak to that being higher than inflation or anything like that?
They haven't spoken to me about that. I know that I believe they were the same last year.
Okay. Same last year. Okay. All right.
And we have added time to them because we've added more pre-K classes and blast off, so we've had to add some time to them.
So they're providing additional services to that?
Yes.
And they look around on wages surrounding, they have this program, they can see
Yeah.
similar job descriptions and what, and, speaking, I know this is late, but speaking on the earmark to the other people, I witnessed this happen to the custodians when we went from one company to the next. Well, this company that knows none of these people dropped their wages like crazy, and we supported these guys annually by giving them a small raise of a quarter an hour. These guys just said they're slashing it, so they just undercut all the people that have worked so hard for it. So that's the kind of thing that we were looking here. Is it a 2-year deal, I thought? Just one?
We have to approve it each year.
Okay. But
Yeah, there was something in there about the second year though, wasn't there?
Yes, that you can do, we could do a 2-year extension if we wanted, but I know we approved this last year as a single year.
But since this year's up against the
We
4-year
we
anyways,
can't.
we're gonna have to do it
Yeah,
next year.
we could only do it
regardless.
for a year
Okay.
this year, right?
Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, next year would be our last year that we could extend it one more.
So
So
we
this is the 4th, we can extend it.
So we
one
could
fifth.
do-
Oh, so we could do 2 years this time?
Yes.
If we wanted, or 1 year?
I
And then
just
go
told them
again.
to do 2 because we've been really happy with them.
Okay,
And
Yeah.
all the new people,
okay,
it's just something I wanted
Stability
to
is-
take off your plate if you wanted it.
okay.
It's just something that,
I would have no problem, because this is another massive RFP thing. I would have
Yeah.
no problem going to, because Rod's been great to us, he's our main point of contact. And I know Carrie's always getting background checks, he's always trying to keep us fully staffed, and that's been a big
That's the
challenge.
toughest
But
part.
she's always getting background checks for that.
Hey, I mean, it's 4.5 this year, but this would put it at 3% next year, whereas opposed if we do it at 1 year and we wanna renew them next year, it might be 4.5 next year.
Yeah.
I mean,
Good point. Thank
I
you.
would be okay with 2 years.
And it was
If yours
only
is
asked for because everybody was, everything going on at the time we wrote it up.
If their performance is good, I'm okay with 2.
The other issue in a service like this is you're not getting bids on it. Last year when we bid food service, we had Airmark,
Yeah.
that's
You're
it.
not
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
get bids.
So even getting a second bid this year was a shock. So if we put this out to bid, there's no guarantee we're gonna get anybody else anyway.
We got plenty of work to
Then
do
there-
in the
then
next year. Does
Yeah.
anybody have a motion that they'd like to
Motion.
chat about?
I'll
Okay, do we have a
second
second? Okay, any discussion?
And just for clarity, the motion's for a 2-year.
2-year, yes, for a 2-year, which will be the final,
Thank you.
the final amendment. It'll have to go out for bid at the end of the 2-year extension.
So 26-27 school year, it'll go out for bid for the 27-28 school year.
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you.
More we can chew here?
Nope, it's
Are we
Any-
taking on too much?
No, this is actually taking something off of us. So this is-
maintaining an increase of a COLA of 3%, which is year to year, which is less than we've seen the last 2. So I don't mind that.
Any discussion?
All right.
If not,
All right,
We gotta
Mrs.
be
Seaton.
smart.
Mr. Childs?
concern?
Mr. Charles?
Okay, yes.
Mr. Carly?
Yes.
Dr. Graff? Yes. Mrs. Curley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne?
Yes.
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Okay, speaking of things in your, oh, we put you right at the top and the bottom. Thank you, sir. Approval of waste management, garbage and recycling service extension. How long we got on this one? 1 year?
Yes.
And that's a hard bid too.
Yes, because there's very few companies that provide garbage and recycling. And so when it was bid the last time,
Oh,
it
and
was
in,
bid to be a
oh,
single
cause
company.
cause you're in Rochester.
Yes,
As a Springfieldian, we have lots of options.
yes.
Okay.
But it's a 3% increase. The contract came, the reason it wasn't in here, it came to us late last night. I actually printed it after the meeting last night.
Okay.
And put it on Gary's desk to be in there. It's in there for review. If you'd like, it is a 3% increase in cost. One thing I did ask them to make sure that we have before school service on our garbage. The recycling, we've got more flexibility on. But right now, they're coming to the high school in the middle of our kids trying to get to CACC or College Now. And then we get the nasty emails of, hey, I wasn't able to get there because somebody was parked in front of it. If you're there at 7 o'clock in the morning, you won't have that problem. So that's one thing I did ask, that they push that to try to get us as early morning as possible.
We have it so leaned out that they've gotta come at this time on this day, or we're stacking another lunch on top of it. So coming early is big for us. So that I hope they can do it, and
So it's not a guarantee, but it's our ask.
Well, that's the biggest ask we can get. And the other issue that we have is like the bus garage. It's a locked fence. We can't have them here too early. We gave them the key, but the problem is that key is with one driver. They've got multiple drivers that come on different days. So we're doing our best to make sure we get it as early as possible. I told them that the high school is the one that has to be done in the morning. The other schools, the way it's located, and being that we don't have kids driving there, we have more flexibility. But the high school is the one that does need to happen in the morning.
Okay. And they seemed amenable to that?
They said they're gonna do their best at getting us on a 7 a.m. route.
Okay.
We can always call them in front of the board to
Come on. Maybe we'll have a really long pre-closed session, closed session that day too, if they play their cards right. Okay, is there a motion to approve the waste management, garbage and recycling services extension?
I'll make that.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Mrs. Seaton, please take the roll.
Dr. Graff? Yes. Mr. Childs?
Yes.
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Mr. Carly?
Yes.
Mrs. Curley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne?
Yes.
Okay, miscellaneous. There is an item for miscellaneous with respect to the joint annual conference, which is the weekend before Thanksgiving every year in Chicago. It's a premier training event for board members, administrators, business officials. It just opened. Registration just opened. You must let Mrs. Seaton know in writing that you will be attending no later than Thursday, May 29th. Ooh, that's next Thursday. That's a week from tomorrow.
Okay.
Week from tomorrow. Okay.
I have one other thing I wanted to.
Yep,
mention
oh,
for the
please,
record.
yeah, no.
I did want to follow up on something. I put this in my board report, but I wanted to give a shout out to the district
Yes.
maintenance team. Has worked diligently to clean up the brush area behind, it's a discarded equipment.
Yes.
Over the years, located behind the transportation department, soccer field, cemetery. They've worked so hard,
Yes,
so.
it's looking much better, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. They did they
The
worked their magic.
cross-country team's excited too.
Oh,
And
that's
we're
I heard from
moving
them
That's nice to
actually
hear.
today.
Was
They
that
had no
fun?
idea it was in there, but I heard from them today.
We're moving the big dirt pile that they put there as a temporary quick storage to get stuff, and we're
Well,
just
yeah.
gonna move it over, and they have to be done for the sparks in the park.
Ah,
We
yeah.
work with the city on that.
Got it.
Okay,
So,
Wonderful.
yes, thank you.
Anybody have anything else for miscellaneous? The only thing I would say is thank you to our members of the public and or any of our viewers at home for sticking with us. So I know.
Wow.
Maybe they fell asleep. Maybe they fell asleep with their laptops on there. Okay.
Does YouTube do
But
the
thank you so
reminder
much.
like Netflix?
And with tomorrow being the last, with tomorrow being
Today.
oh shoot.
Happy last day.
Happy last day, everybody! Okay, so thank you so much to all the teachers and building admin. Thank you for the members of the public.
Oh, we have to have a motion to go.
Oh,
Back
yes.
into closed session.
Do I have a motion to enter closed session? Hey, and we're not gonna say much of anything afterwards. We will still,
There's
pause.
nothing to say afterwards.
We'll pause and mute, and then we'll turn back on. We don't care, do we? Nope.
Yeah.
I brought a communication app for the hospital system.
Oh, good.
Why I'm curious.
Yeah, there you go.
Help yourself.
Awesome. Yep.
No problem.
Yeah, let me know quick if it's something that looks fantastic. We already voted, so.
Hi.
I know.
There's something we
Okay,
don't tell.
is there a motion to go into closed session?
I'll make,
Second?
okay.
All those in favor? Oh, we have to, actually, closed session has to be roll call. The only thing all day.
Mr. Carly?
Yes.
Mrs. Lamontagne?
Yes.
Mr. Childs?
Yes.
Mrs. Curley,
Yes.
Dr. Graff?
Yes.
Mr. Sack?
Yes.
Okay. We will now be entering, oh shoot, I didn't say the thing. Okay, oh, I didn't say all of the words.
Go ahead, you can do it now.
We gotta come back in open session. We'll now be entering closed session. We just voted to enter closed session for the purposes of section 2C1, 2C2, 2C9, 2C10 of the Open Meetings Act, and full descriptions of those are available in the statute. Love the board. Okay. Okay. And we have no action to take, right? Oh, we have, we gotta approve the personnel action. Do I have a motion to approve the amended personnel report as presented?
Second?
All, okay, Mrs.
Mrs. Lamontagne?
Yes.
Mr. Taft?
Yes.
Mrs. Curley?
Yes.
Mr. Childs?
Yes.
Dr. Graff? Yes. Mr. Carly?
Yes. And Mr. Taft.
Aaron, yes.
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 Bob pushed his button for him like a general something. Do I have a motion to adjourn at 2:08 a.m.?
Motion.
Second.
Aye. What, yes.
All those in favor? Okay, by affirmation, let's go to bed. All right, sleep well, thank you.
Good work, team. Neato gang.
I'm sending Amy Reynolds a picture.
Here, hold on. Wait.
Smile.
I'm taking a picture of the clock.
What was the first one?